Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, programs, users, and gentlefolk. Are you guys ready? That's right. It's day 2 of the Missouri waiting room. How are you doing? Folks, hi. Welcome. I'm Scott. This is the arcade. That's right, Fuji Thor. The best paywalled content on Twitch. That's right. Hands down. Can confirm. Hello. How are you? My God. Holy hell. What in the actual hills? Folks, how y'all doing? It's Tuesday. It's also April 1st. How many of you got pranked? And if you did, how the fuck did you fall for that shit? If you got pranked today, of all days, knowing that right up until 12 noon, pranks and shenanigans are on par, how did you fall for that? How? Please, inform me how you fell for the pranks. Or did you prank someone and they fell for it? Again, how did they fall for it? This day of all days, the day that we know is Prank Central. How? How have we not learned? By the way, for the record, no pranks. 0 pranks. None. Zip, zilch. Nada. Not a single fucking prank. Why? Because people around me have common sense not to try to prank. I'm not that gullible. Hi, Chad. How are you? Are you good? Are you good? Like, really good? Do you need a hug? Do you maybe need, like, time in a corner? A little bit, sippy cup? Maybe, a little bit of mommy's grown-up juice? You know what I mean, right? Y'all know what I mean. Anyway, yes, the title is exactly the same today as it was yesterday. This is still the Missouri waiting. Do I know for sure if I'm picking up Missouri at launch? No, I don't. I don't know for sure if I'm picking it up at launch. Again, I have other things I need to take care of first. Number one thing is making sure that my half of rent is paid. Keeping the roof over my head, a little more important than buying DLC for a game. Just saying. Just want to quickly say thank you for last month. We had a fairly decent rally and a decent amount of humans who came out, showed a wealth of support for the channel and for keeping the stream alive, being here and being on this platform, actually being on 2 platforms because we're on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. So thank you. Thank you to those of you who, time and time again, continue to come back and you throw down with subs, you gift subs, you throw down bits. And most of all, the super kind people and human beings who realize that you get better value when you throw dad the big old tippity tip.
Oh my.
That's right. That's right. It happens. Speaking of which, hold on. I'm just checking something quick. And dude, what is, okay, come on, man. What is actually happening? Wow, my hair looks greasy on Twitch. What the fuck? Oh, right. I know why. I know why now. It's because I use, made the best healthy spicy ranch. Woo! Nice. Here's a question. How many of you here have heard of a product called Brill Cream? Been around since the 1930s. It's basically the only product I use in my hair now. Short of, like, when I shower, I wash my hair. Because it is a whole bunch of gross shit that's terrible for your scalp. So in the in the pursuit of having healthier hair, other than getting the haircut, yeah, using Brill cream seems to have gone a very long way.
You're messing with my Zen thing, man.
Sleepy Developer has just subscribed.
Thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Wow, is that still not? That's still not fixed. I'm gonna have to fix it. I don't know what's going on with my alert. Why it cuts names off and drops it down? It's like no, you can only have this many characters in one line. Hi, Sleepy. How are you? Thank you so much. The tier 1 sub 29 months, dude. By the way, Sleepy Developer is one of those human beings who, again, time and time again, just comes out with a massive amount of support. So thank you. Gigantify. Hey, don't you be showing. There you go. There's that's right. Sleepy's already on. Sleepy's putting his name on the board already. Just bam. Sleepy walks and just poof. But yeah, Spice Stoner, about that tech issue. Yeah, I know it seems weird to have to underclock your, like, for specific games. Now, I don't know how it works with AMD. I know within NVIDIA, in the NVIDIA control panel, I can go through and set up custom profiles for individual games, and that includes, like, how the GPU operates and everything else. So, I mean, if that helps, I feels almost like it's a mix between driver and, like you said, something with Sony games specifically. It feels like it's weirdly connected to how they port it over, and as you mentioned, the SDK that they use for porting things over to PC. CP Developer, how's your Tuesday so far? Yeah, so maybe downclocking the card. Maybe if you can, undervolt it a little bit. Because sometimes when clock speeds jack up, if you leave everything on auto, and I've found that this seems to be something inherent within AMD cards specifically, they love to be undervolted. They seem to perform better, and you get better overall thermals if you undervolt. Now, as for how to undervolt your specific card, I don't know. I'm sure there's a wealth of information through that, and I hate to mention it because I know that it's a sore spot with a lot of people, but there is still good information found on Reddit. It's not all shit posting. So there is that. Wait, so actually, what do I? Oh, wait, I want to go to my own fucking channel. Yeah, and I'm gonna turn that off. All right. And then I want to go down here. Oh, all right. Well, never mind then. Never mind then. All right. Anyway, yes, this is the waiting room, I guess you could say. We're going to get back into American Truck. I spent the morning dismantling this entire rig for the wheel and rebuilding it. I've got bruises on my legs from shit dropping on my leg because I took this entire thing apart and reconstructed it for better overall stability. So here's hoping it works. Are you ready? We're just going to jump right in. Normally, I like to sit here and sort of gab and, shoot the breeze with everyone, but I'm just going to fuck it. We're just going to jump right in. We're going to get into American Truck. I switched my truck out last night. Yes, Dad switched his truck out last night. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't notice a difference in the physics. In the game physics, I don't notice a difference. It's kind of I feel judged right now, Audi. What do you mean only 193 active? Why are we being judgmental here? Why are you judging Dad right now? Why am I being judged? What's up? Got something to say? like, damn, I'm being judged because I happen to enjoy realism mod. That's okay. It's starting to catch back up over on Euro Truck, so, you know, make all the jokes you want. Make all the jokes you want. Make all the jokes you want to, but you know, it's starting to catch up over on the. Listen, we're already up to 130. I'm 63 behind on Euro Truck, and I already tested. It's functional. So the one thing I have noticed is the new physics, because they're using physics for their engine rather than the bullet. Hey, shh. Stop judging. They're realism mods, okay? I like real world shit in my video games. If I knew I wasn't gonna have my ass suit off for creating content with real world freaking vehicles in Grand Theft Auto 5, I'd do that too. I'd still have those damn mods, but apparently Take-Two will sue your ass if you're using real world shit in their game, which is fucking stupid, by the way, just for the record. It's got to be one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard of. You're gonna sue me because I modded your game so I could drive the Mercedes or the BMW that I want to drive. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I'm looking at you, Rockstar and Take-Two. Eat a dick. All right. Anyway, as you can see, we are in the T680 next gen. The thing I have done though is I got rid of the. I'll be honest. This truck does not. It doesn't look right with the. I don't like the pillar. Like, I don't like the fact it has mirrors and it has a stupid camera. Give me one or the other, not both. I don't want. If you're gonna give me the weird freaking screens and the camera system, then get rid of the fucking mirror. Just have the little thing out with the camera. Don't have the mirror there too. It's confusing. I don't need it. One or the other. Choose a method, not both. Anyway, where am I? We are in Gillette. All right, so we're gonna head down here, grab some shut-eye for the night. I keep forgetting how quiet this truck is. Whoa, bro. Dingus. Oh, we're cruising through. Already committed. I was already committed to this move. If I got a ticket, I would have gotten a ticket. Would have been fine. So yeah, we're in the Kenworth. I was messing around with things last night, just sort of cleaning things up for a little bit better performance overall, and working through the load order for the mods, just adjusting things, seeing what helped with the, and nothing really got massively changed overall, so it wasn't like this great big huge massive sweeping changes for anything. Hey, come on, man. Come on, man. I want my dude to get some sleep. Let's go. What the fudge? Man, that is a long ass light. So here's a question. For anybody watching right now, how many of you are grabbing the Missouri DLC on April 3rd when it comes out available for you? How many of you are going to be picking that up? One in chat if you're going to be grabbing the Missouri DLC. I guess I shouldn't really. Listen, it is late at night. I shouldn't be using my Jake.
By Grabthar's hammer. What a savings.
Thanks, Anonymous. By Grabthar's hammer. Devil's Man. Well, we got one person that's going to be picking it up for sure. Like I said, for me, it purely depends on financials. This coming out right at the very start of the month when I've got to pay rent. I've got to be able to, pay for electricity, stuff like that. That stuff's got to come first. If money is tight, just tell yourself it's the new state. Now make up a new... Tell yourself it's the new state. You have the freedom to do so, unlike ETS. Whoa, what do you mean? You tell me... Whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean unlike Euro Truck? I make up new states if I wanted to in Euro Truck. Eagle rights. Yeah, listen, trying to say that it's... Listen, in American Truck, creating a new state that doesn't actually exist on the map, that used to be referred to as sedition. Starship Troopers. Wednesday's Liberation Day. Kiss the ring for citizenship. Somebody could eat my ass. It's not gonna help. Nope. I'm not kissing. Yeah, I'm not. Listen, if I had $5 million, I can think of a lot better ways to spend my money. I can think of a better investment than getting a gold card for the U.S. Also, I will never kiss any asshat's ring. It's never gonna happen. They can kiss my ring. It's the center of my rusty sheriff's badge.
Oh my.
Right under certain conditions. Don't let me guess. The don't tread on me. Oh my goodness. Kind of nut. I'm not gonna lie. It is a little nutty. The world is so much weird shit. Weird shit. And spend the fun money we would be. We didn't send the fund money we wouldn't be. I mean, there's that, right? I mean, California, yeah, because all National Guard who live here would love that. I don't know. Shit's just weird. Like, there are a lot of angry people out there. And, the problem is there are just as many people out there who know how to push buttons and just point fingers rather than actually come up with any working solutions to the problem. right? Yet the middle has never been united in what the in what the fuck as both sides rage. Yes. Yeah. It's a little fucking weird, right? This is one of the weirdest points in time that if you, and most people are in the middle. Yeah, same. I just want to live my goddamn life. I don't want to have to pick a fucking side. I shouldn't have to pick a fucking side. As a decent human being who wants good for all common people, I don't listen. Yeah. It's just like, I just want to fucking live my goddamn life. I don't want to have to pick a side. I don't need to be angry. Why? Why should I be angry? Why am I allowing someone else to dictate how the fuck I feel? You know? All right, let's feed family, get healthcare, get education, elect leaders. Rescue. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's just so much weird shit now in the world. It's just crazy. Okay, so it is 7:06 a.m. This game, for whatever reason, seems to be incredibly dark. We're gonna fill up. A little bit more. Okay, that works. Got it. All right, so we're gonna, there we go. We're just gonna pop a squat here for a quick second while we figure out our next move for, okay, so we're in Gillette. What do we got? We got anything down around, say, Pittsburgh? Maybe Kansas City? I mean, we could go to Omaha. We could even head down to Springdale. I don't know. What we got here? I mean, or we could go to Kamloops. Wow. That is here, quick. That's some stuff across the, yeah. Vegas. You up into Montana. I mean, we could, actually, that's not bad. Haul down into Cook. Well, let's do that one. Why not? Yeah, that's true too. You're right. Some places couldn't really prepare for this kind of level of bullshit. Whoa. Okay, can I turn that horse shit off? Because that is obnoxious. I don't want the warning crap. I need that off. That is going to drive me nuts. Options. Gameplay. I feel like that might actually be rain sensor, blind. Okay, we're turning the blind spot sensor off. Fuck that shit. God damn, that is annoying. No. America, I don't need some goddamn computer thing to tell me about, vehicles in my blind spot. They get my blind spot, that's a them problem, not a me problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just kind of going through and that does not really. How is that? That doesn't seem right. I don't know. There's something about that. That's way too dark. The blind spot I want to hear about is my glaucoma. Right? Right? Exactly. All right. I'm totally with. Listen, Slider, I'm 100% with you on that. That's right. The only blind spot I want to hear about is my glaucoma. That is. UF. But, maybe? I don't know. Fuck. What do you guys think? This is 7:17 a.m. It seems a little dark. This seems better. Prefer not a focal migraine. I mean, there's that. The downside is with this, though, is it'll also get worse. Actually, hold on. Auto save. There we go. Okay. We'll figure this out after. So I can get my load, and we'll figure out the logistics of things afterwards here. All right. Yeah. Looks like that's it. Good enough. That's good enough for me. Is it? Yeah, of course, it's the one at the end. Of course it is. Ah, fuck your Corolla. Shouldn't have parked there, huh, bud? All right, let's. I don't know. We need something that is. So this is the dynamic lighting. But I'll be honest, this does not. That doesn't seem very dynamic, if you know what I mean, right? That seems a little too washed out. Next city, no, that is way too dark. Oh. Wow. Nope, that looks like crap. Let's do modded flag. You know what? Maybe that might be it. I think we might have found it. Yeah, that works. Okay, we're good. Found one. I'm happy with it. Okie dokie. Okay, something I have to ask because I don't actually legitimately know. Why are there two fucking dots on my windshield right there? This is the only truck that has those right there. See those? Hold on. Let me stop so you guys. You see how there's like this weird. It's the Raider that is not dirt on the windshield. This is the only truck that has those, and they glow at night. I don't know what they are, or this is literally, it's glaucoma. It's truck shape. It's just.
Oh, hell no!
Not everything's glaucoma, Slider. Just because you need a reason and an excuse to smoke the ciga weeds doesn't mean the rest of the world does. April 3rd. April 3rd, Raider. It's a Thursday. Yeah, that is considerably better. So yeah, the update will be out. And for anybody, by the way, who's coming in, I got that coma. No, you don't got the coma. Anybody who's coming in, no, we do not have access to Missouri. This is the waiting room for Thursday so we can get Missouri. Or Missouri. As the as the Americans love to refer to it as, Missouri. You guys can't just use plain English, can you? Plain simple English. It's Missouri. Or misery. Depending. But yeah, so the Missouri DLC for American Truck Simulator releases on Thursday, April 3rd. So 2 days. Missouri loves my company. I mean, is truck a mod? This is the T6 Kenworth T680 Next Gen. So no, not a mod. I've used mods to attach things on the inside, which is just, well, you guys are already familiar. Just a viewer. Truck a mod? No, just a viewer. The mods. Wow. Wow. Slider, I'll give you a hammer. You want to talk shit? I can give you a hammer. It's like, fuck that. Hot check. This truck is investing in, I mean, T680 Next Gen isn't necessarily, the Kenworth T680 is not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily say it's the best. In the base, oh, you mean in the base game? The T680, the Kenworth T680, yeah. Slatter, want to feel my laziness? Lazy. No, I can turn my head naturally. Doesn't make my... You notice I can shake my head fine. God damn it. Bad slider. Bad slider.
Shame. Shame.
So no, it actually, like, the thing is though, is it allows me to actually turn my head quite naturally. It doesn't, like, my neck doesn't get stiff at all. Not even a little bit. Which might be surprising to some, but yeah, no, I actually find that I have a considerable amount of freedom of movement. Just a little bit, don't be shy. Just a little bit with air extra dry. I'm not sorry about that, for the record. Not even a little bit. Slider knows what I'm getting at. That old arid extra dry. See, I can naturally turn my head. It's quite easy. In the middle of nowhere between settlements? Yes. But a lot of this land is actually owned by individual. Which, while it's the middle of nowhere, there is no reason to develop it either. Oh, easily. But then you give up property by doing that. Everybody wants their space. Nobody wants to be stacked on top of each other, unless you're a city dweller. Just probably not gonna happen, right? I mean, I'll be honest. If I owned 100 acres, there's no fucking way I want anybody living on my land. The problem is there are companies that buy up the land and just hold on to it. They're not selling it. They just want to own the land rights. That's it. And the other issue is out in the middle of nowhere, there's no work. There's no jobs. There's no nothing. There's no infrastructure. There is no, right? Like, or the infrastructure is like 60 goddamn years old. Yeah, that's the other problem too. So trying to ship from there is, yeah, there's one person per square mile or worth, yeah. Funny thing is, you would think that, but no, cities only continue to grow where they already exist. It's called urban sprawl. Hey, Tulit. The funny thing is Europe went through the same thing, only 300 fucking years ago. Yeah, right? New York City, 3,000 people per square mile. No coder. I know wants to move. So, yeah, exactly. I don't want to live in some random fucking area away from everything. Has nothing to do with internet service. You are in the middle of nowhere. There are no third spaces. There are no places to go and do anything with social time. That's great. No restaurants, no bars, no freaking shopping. The closest city is a 3-hour drive. One way. Like, nobody wants that. Yeah, because exactly. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way, right? Not in America. Not in North America. Not most people in North America, if you want to live in a small village, usually because you live in a farming community. Outside of that, most people want to be in an urban area where everything is built up. The vast majority of people do not want to be living, 10 miles away from their closest neighbor. Like, North America is completely different. That might work in Europe, but it does not, like, nobody wants that. Most people in America want to have, even if they're faceless in the crowd, or even, it's the same here in Canada. I would rather live in a metropolitan area with 10 million people and be faceless than live in a village where there is only 100 people and there is nothing to fucking do. absolutely, because they're like, other than just sit around, pick my nose and, you know, and drink coffee on my front porch. There are people, great, you know, granted, there are people out there who want that. More power to them. But the majority of people, and I fall into this category as well, I don't want to be one of those people. I don't want to be living in a, like where I live, there's 26,000 people, and this is called small where I am. This is classified as a small town. 26,000 people, and it is called a small town. Even with all the hobbies, the problem is you lack the socialization. There are no third spaces to go to. Yo, True Rider. No, you're riding in the trailer. And again, like Raider, the thing is though, is you fall into a very small minority of people. Most people don't want that. And it has nothing to do with lack of hobbies. Like, here's the thing. I would, like, for myself personally, if I lived in a small village where there was no restaurant, there was only a general store, maybe a doctor's office, it was very small. Where am I taking my partner out for a date night? Where am I going on date night? Because you can't just stay at home and watch a movie, like do Netflix and chill every single night, right? Like if one night I want to be able to order pizza, where am I ordering it from? I don't want to make food by scratch all the time. That's great. The closest lake to me is an hour's drive. The closest beach to me is an hour's drive. One way. But the thing is though, is most of the small little villages in my area around lakes, they're not permanent. They swell in the summer because they're cottage. They're vacation property. Nobody actually really lives there during the winter. There's like 10 people that live in some of these places for the full winter. During the summer though, it swells to about, you know, like 10, 20,000 because it's all vacation property. It's people who own cottages. Yes, very different. Very different. I can tell you 100%, like, if I didn't have a local, like a couple of different local coffee shops, a couple of like locations, like decent restaurants to go to, I wouldn't live there. It's not a matter of hobbies. I have plenty of hobbies. I'm busy. There's no external third location, like third space outside of going to church or the library. Sorry. Number one, I'm not a religious person, so church, not a fucking option. And the library, I mean, the library's cool once every 2 or 3 weeks. Right? You'll pick up a couple of books and read through those books. Awesome, right? But again, like, our small villages are usually like an hour apart. Again, because we have so much land mass that is still unused. It's whether it's in the US, especially in Canada, we have a lot of territory that is still just heavy, dense forest, right? Yeah, it's not quite the same here. Like so my roommate and I, when we go grocery shopping for, you know, like maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. A lot of the majority of the stuff that we buy is, you know, purchased in bulk. So in some cases, like there's stuff like produce and everything else. I know there are people out there who are like, oh, you should only ever shop like daily. And it's like, you can't do that. Like, I'm sorry, like that shit can be too expensive, right? While there is space to live, there are not enough jobs. That is the problem. As soon as we start letting 500,000 new people enter in through immigration, that's great. But that's 500,000 less jobs available, and we're already struggling in the job market. That's great. Great. Get some land, start farming. You're not making any money here in Canada with a farm if you've got less than 500 acres. If you have less than 500 acres, you will lose money year after year. It's too expensive. And I'm talking as somebody who grew up as a farm kid on a 500 acre farm. Most farming here is corporation farming, and they own tens of thousands of acres of farms, and then they just employ people to go around to the different places to do the plowing, the seeding, and the harvesting, right? But how do you pay for your services? How do you pay for your electricity? How do you pay for your water? How do you pay for internet? It's not that simple. Here's the thing. The U.S. doesn't own the land. Private landholders own the land. How are you? That doesn't make any sense. The state does, the federal government doesn't own the land. There are pockets of land that they own that are protected because those are national parks. But here's the other thing. What incentive is there for a government to give an immigrant land? What's the incentive? What is the state or the federal government getting in return for giving someone 100 acres of land? It's not the American way. Fine, you want to immigrate here? Fine. It's going to cost you. You're going to have to bust your ass. It's the same here in Canada. You want something, that's fine. You can come here. We're not against you immigrating here to Canada, but when you get here, you have to earn your way like everyone else. Because it's just, I'm sorry. Listen, if I own, say, 2,000, 3,000 acres of land, right, as a farmer, and I had people coming and just running that land for me, and then the government walks up to me and says, hey, we're willing to buy you the land at fair market value to give it to people as they immigrate here. I'm going to tell the government to go fuck themselves. There's a reason that some of that land isn't being used. It might be empty, but there, in a lot of cases, there's a reason why some of that land isn't used. Because it can't be used. Well, not only that, yeah, you've got property tax. You've got services. Right? Like, seriously, I wouldn't give up my property just for the government to say, yeah, so we'll give you fair market value for your land, just so they can turn around and give it away to somebody. No. No sewer, no power, nothing. It's just land, right? And it's 100 miles from anywhere. Exactly. You need services. You have to have clean water. You have to have sewer. You can't build on land without having these services. Yeah, exactly. We did that already. You can't do that now. That worked great 200 years ago. That was a fantastic idea 200 years ago. You can't do that in the modern age. That land is owned by somebody. And the people who own this land are not just going to willingly give it up for people to immigrate. But also, here's the thing. There are services that have to be in place for you to build on a piece of property. You have to have electricity. You have to have water. It has to be clean water. You have to be able to pay taxes on that property. You would be surprised. Yes, actually, you would be surprised. There are thousands of square miles, even here in Canada. There are tens of thousands of square miles of land that are all owned and not used for anything. So when they say we don't fix the fires, it's them. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know, right? Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Like, it's not that simple. You can't just give land away. And here's the thing is, again, we have laws governing, number one, if you own property, you have to pay taxes on that property. It's not optional. If you do not pay taxes on the property is seized. Number two, to build and live on that property, it has to have services. Yeah, sewer, exactly. It takes taxes. You want clean running water? You have to pay your taxes. You want electricity and internet? You pay your taxes, right? But then you also have to pay for those services as well as, right? Because the taxes go to cover the infrastructure cost. You still have to pay to have those services, right? No. Again, this isn't the 1800s, man. You can't live like a fucking pioneer in the middle of nowhere anymore. You can't. That's how people die of disease. Yeah, exactly. You can't just go and shit in a hole anymore. Got a road, right? Yeah. You do. Even here in Canada, there are Amish communities just outside of the town where I live. And those Amish communities still have some services. Because they legally have to, by law, to have buildings and living quarters according to law and simple standards. You can't do that in the modern age. That's how people die of dysentery. Connect your roads to ours, right? Well, and that's the thing, like, I don't understand this mentality. You can't do that here. You might be able to do that in, like, Europe, but you sure as shit will never get away with doing that here. It's not viable. It's just not viable, right? Well, you might be, but most of modern society is not willing to accept those odds. And again, for what? To what end? Right? Just so you run the possibility of getting some land? Come on. I'd much rather keep the peace as we have it now. Fuck it. We should be past the point in modern society of expansionism. Do I want to go back 200 years into the past? Fuck no. I don't want to go back to living like that. And again, I grew up in a time before handheld technology, before the internet in homes, before home computers, before video game console, right? But here's the funny thing, Raider. Some of us, you refer to it as some of us want to escape. It's not really escaping. It's called immigration. There are legal processes to do that. You just have to find your way to do it and do it legitimately and then come into a country legally and earn your way to where you want to be. It is absurd. Like, nobody's just going to give somebody a new lease on life by, like, That's not true. You don't have to be a smart ass. Well, I mean, that's true. Fuck you, Slider. God damn it, too, Slider. Ryan Reynolds 101, that's right. Be a smart ass. Be a comedian. Be Bill Murray. You know, Dan Aykroyd, Eugene Levy, Steve Martin, Ryan Gosling, Ryan Reynolds, right? Yeah, like... Mike Myers, yeah, Dana Carvey, Seth Rogen. You don't have to be. Listen, you don't have to be good looking to be funny, okay? Some of the funniest ass people on this planet who are making tons of money are some of the ugliest motherfuckers from a physical attractive point of view. And if you're basing your quality or your value in society off of how you physically look, that then I would say you need Jesus or therapy or both. Yeah, but here's the thing. They weren't always famous, Raider. They didn't just wake up and were born into fame. They had to earn that shit. They earned it. They weren't born to it. They earned it. They worked dead-ass jobs as waiters or coffee shop baristas. They took acting classes. They got better at their craft. The point I'm saying is, yeah, but the thing is, just because that's 1 in a million doesn't mean that you don't have the possibility of doing that if you decide to put in that work. Here's the thing. I'm here every day, Monday to Friday, on Twitch, most of the time. I don't classify myself as an overly attractive human being. I am somewhat intelligent. I am very well versed in conversation, but I'm always learning how to become better at conversation. I'm always learning new topics to then be able to further conversation. Sometimes I can be funny. Right? Number one, I don't think it's that many. Number two, get on board and do what you've got to do to get over here. If you need some kind of special training or prerequisite to get here, then do it. Nobody's just going to hand it to you. Just like, I'm here, this is my job, yes. But I'm not just sitting here with a camera and a microphone in front of my face doing nothing at all. I'm having these conversations with all of you when you guys come in, right? Like, I sit here and I converse with you. We discuss topics like this, right? I can't get an EU passport either. What are we discussing here, right? Yeah. Also, revoking land from owners without real need for eminent domain is communism. Well, there's also that too, right? I need a visa to work in UK. Well, and that's the thing here too, right? Like, now, because of my mother, I can actually travel to the UK because my mother's a British national. She immigrated here as a child, but she still is classified as a British national. She has a dual citizenship passport. Because of my mother, I can travel to the UK specifically and work without a visa. But here's the thing, while I don't need a visa, I can't own property over there. I have to pay taxes there and here on my earnings. If I'm working in the UK, I have to pay taxes in 2 fucking countries. I can't own property, and I can only be there 8 months of the year. I still have to spend 4 months out of the year here in Canada. You can't just have open free borders and turn it into a free-for-all for everybody and anybody to come. There have to be things in place, and there have to be limits. to the amount of people that you allow in per year. Because again, you have to allow for job market growth, industrial growth, right? That's sovereign citizen stuff, yeah, right? Also, those coming here have to be vetted. There are security checks that are taken into account now too. Again, that's because of 9/11. We don't want people who've got a criminal background fucking moving here. Now, that being said, somehow there's still the odd one that sneaks past. It happens. I'm not denying that it does. Like, it does. We know it does. Right? But yeah, it's not that simple anymore. Again, you're using this very outdated mindset that doesn't work in the modern digital age. It just doesn't work that way anymore. It hasn't worked that way in North America since like the 50s. Yeah. Yeah, Canadian population was even less. Yeah, 330 million. Yeah. I mean, like, Canadian population, I think we're now up to 44 million here. But here's the thing, you're looking at it purely from a landmass situation, but you're not understanding the economic ramifications of just opening the doors and letting every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry from all over the world come in, right? Yeah, square miles of nothing. Well, that's exactly it. Like, you can't just measure it purely on landmass. You've got to look at the overall economic ramifications. That's how you tank an economy. Yeah, again, we're talking 250, 300 years ago, right? It's not that simple anymore. It isn't that simple. Well, yeah. Gee, I wonder why. Because it's tundra and it's nothing, right? But that's the thing. A lot of North America, even here in Canada, is the same. You're right, it's not. But the problem is a lot of the open landmass that you're talking about is pretty much very similar to the reason why there aren't a lot of people living in Siberia. There is not nearly as much arable land as you seem to be under the impression of there, Raider. Yes, we have arable land, but a lot of that arable land is already owned and being used for farming. You can't just cut down forests and create a lot of the forested areas now. They're protected. A lot of that land is owned, though, there, Raider. Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, yeah, all owned. Montana, owned. And not only that, you also then have to contend with the fact that a lot of that territory is owned by indigenous people. So what, you're going to take the indigenous land now? We already did that in North America. And we treated our local freaking indigenous people like shit. It does. A lot of that land in Canada is going back to the indigenous people because they were unfairly fucking robbed, and rightfully so. So a lot of the territory that we had claimed under eminent domain here in Canada, I don't know what it's like in the US, but we're turning that land back over to the indigenous people because it was rightfully fucking taken from them. It was wrongfully taken from them. Yeah, there's federal or state governments, but then you have to understand that the indigenous people have to still abide by federal or state law as well. And there is a good chunk of that land that is owned by them as well. There is a split. So again, you're talking about like, well, yeah, just give people land. Under what premise? Where is, again, you have to understand, in North America, nobody is just going to give land away just to get more people in the door. Doesn't matter that the government can't do anything with it. What is the return on that investment for them? What's the ROI? Why are they just going to give people land? When we have a housing crisis in North America for our own people already, and there already is a problem finding homes and property, why wouldn't we first take care of our own problems before then opening it up to the world? How is it economic growth, right? Exactly. Why is the government going to subsidize people coming in? Yeah, exactly. There's zero value. How is there economic growth? If you're living off grid and you're not using services and you're living like a pioneer from the 1800s, where's the economic growth? There's zero value. It is zero value. It is. You said 1800 style. There's zero value in that. How are you contributing to the betterment and the improvement of society? Yep, roads are taxed, fuel is taxed, land is taxed. How are you paying those taxes if you're not earning a living? It's not like, here's the thing. For anybody to have some newfangled idea of like exploration and pioneering, you're going to have to move to a different planet. You're going to have to go to Mars, right? And tried and failed here. Yes, you do. How do you get there? Yeah, how do they get there? Yeah, exactly. There has to be a road. You, Raider, this actually shows a lack. A lack of reading into the area of how countries and government and services work. We can't go back 200 years. The only way that that's going to work, yeah, and everything down interstates is owned out, right? Exactly. When the railroads were built, the barons owned 1 mile on each side of the tracks. That's why they didn't go straight. Yeah. Right? Yeah. We're way past that. Yeah, that was great. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. That was great even up to 200 years ago. You can't, yeah, exactly. A bunch of hermits start, no family. Yeah, exactly. That might be great for you, Raider. School, medical care, there you go, right? Library, educational institutions. Everything is regulated for a reason. It's for the betterment overall of society. If you want to live outside of society, that's fine, but that is some Unabomber shit, right? Let's see. Yeah, that's how you get hill people. We have we do have an entire genre of freaking horror movies based on that, don't we? That's true. That's how you get the hill people. It is in the modern age. You're never going to see that happen here, at least not North America. Maybe in your part of the world, maybe that might be something, Raider, but you're definitely not going to see that here in North America. It's not going to happen in Canada. And here's the thing. A village then requires a seat of government power. You then need to have municipal power. You have to have municipal government because, again, the taxes are collected locally. You elect a mayor. Yeah. And a sheriff, right? And how's food going to get there? Every farmer going to go in at once? Not going to happen. Again, this shit worked 100, 200 years ago. It will not work in modern society today. Will not work, right? Will not work in modern society. Does not work in the digital age. You know what? If we get hit with an EMP and it wipes out all the technology on the planet, that might fucking work. But it will not work in today's society. You can't do that. Listen, people who try to do that usually end up becoming members of a cult. But there is no more Wild West. There is no such thing as the Wild West. It doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, exactly. They had mining, cash rates. Right? Gold rush, silver rush, yeah. Iron and coal mining. There is no such thing as the Wild West. You want that? It's moving out to a different planet. You want that pioneering spirit? You want that kind of lifestyle? It's going to be moving to Mars. Going to a moon colony, right? Yep, but again, I think what you are failing to see is that will not work in modern society. It will not work in the digital age. Yeah, because Slider. Yeah, maybe some grass, some wheat. Here's the thing, Slider. Why won't you get the timber villages in the states you're mentioning? Because all the timber that could be cut down has been cut down. Yep, flatter deserts. And any of the wood that is, yeah, why nobody, yeah, exactly. It's nothing, exactly. And here's the thing, that whole Midwest area that you're talking about, Raider, is dotted with ghost towns of places that failed because there was no economic viability. They were so far removed from everything. Yeah, and a lot of those hectares of forest are protected. Yeah, exactly. Ruin the environment to accommodate. Nah, that's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard. That has got to be one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard mentioned on this channel. Oh, we'll just cut down the national parks. We'll ruin millions of hectares of forest to accommodate new fucking people coming in just to give them a bit of land. Fuck that. That is the dumbest fucking thing. Yeah, but that property is still owned. Do you think the people who own those forests are gonna? No. There's a reason that they're letting them grow. Respect the fucking nature of it. This has got to be some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Straight up. Not in the states you said. The timber areas have been owned for like 200 years. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I do believe I'm already in the place I need to be. Yeah, figure this much. Most of the land that is actually truly usable is already being used and it's already owned. And what is left is scraps. There is a large segment of forested area that is protected for a reason, because these are habitats that, you know, nobody's going to give up on. Is that no, that's target failure. Never mind. That's not it. Nope. I mean, and I realize I sound kind of crass, but I'm not going to apologize for that, because I think it's probably one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard, right? And I'll tell you, most people who own land are not going to give it up just to allow other people to move here and then have it given to them. When, you know, that land has been owned either in a family for, you know, a few generations. Or they work their asses off. Like, here's the thing, it's funny. You'd be surprised at the amount of people who immigrated to North America, whether it be Canada or the US, who came here with literally fucking nothing and worked their asses off to get everything that they currently own. Do you think that they're going to give that up? Fuck no. Not going to give it up for somebody to be able to come here and get something given to them for free. It won't fucking happen. Not a freaking chance in hell. Like, what, like, in all honesty, would I like to see, you know, this sort of pseudo-utopian idea of Star Trek? Yeah, I think that'd be fantastic. Is it realistic, though? Fuck no. Even I understand that's not realistic. It'll never happen. There are too many regulations. And the only way to get rid of regulations to deregulate things, to allow for shit like that, is to get rid of the government. Well, you need government in place to maintain a certain level of stability and civility, right? Because let's be honest, people, societally as a whole, and I'm throwing myself into this as well, we're kind of fucking stupid. And if there isn't a certain amount of law and order and civility around, we go feral. And feral is not good en masse. But the thing is, though, is the land might be empty, but it is still owned. And again, there has to be a return. There has to be a reason the government or the landowner would give up that empty land. They will expect a return on investment, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're already doing that. Yeah, 1 million basically, right? For people who come legally. Yeah. You can apply and get in, right? It takes 7 to 8 years to get citizenship legally. They're letting in nearly 1 million legally a year, right? You want a land rush? That's how they got it, right? Now we land rush you. Yeah, now what? Now we land rush you? That's not true. That's not true. I know plenty of people who legitimately immigrated here with nothing. They didn't win a visa lottery. They didn't freaking marry someone from here. It's not really that different, dude. Immigration isn't much different between Canada and the US. It is not nearly as easy as you might think to come to Canada. Here's the thing. It is easier to come to Canada if you already have family here. Also, it's not nearly as easy as people seem to think to come to Canada from Europe. Just because you're European and we have good ties with most European nations doesn't mean that it's just, you know, a walk in the park to come here either, by any stretch. Because that's incorrect. There are stories of people going to the US without any family, without any money in their pockets, and still doing quite well. And it's not that they won some kind of visa lottery or that they got married to somebody in the US. And here's the thing, honestly, two-slider. It's not easy to get a visa to immigrate to Canada either. There are certain checks and balances in place. We don't want just anyone being able to come in the door. And immigration is actually currently being reduced because we do not have the job market. When we don't currently have the jobs for the people that we have here, that is a problem. So when we went from, trying to bring in 500,000 people a year, we're cutting that down to a tenth of that because we need to be able to stabilize the economy. When you start bringing in more people than there is jobs, then you have all of these people who are not actually putting back into the tax system, who are not putting back into, the economy, then it's a problem. Why? What do you mean Canada's too cold? Depends on what part of the country you're in. Where I live, it's not super cold. We have winter, yeah, but it's not like super cold. See, now you're just being picky. Here's the thing, to come to Canada and work, you are going to, listen, you can't just immigrate to Canada and just get a job. There are people who are immigrating here with higher education. Because believe it or not, higher education is preferred. That being said, those of higher education, there are people who are immigrating here who have PhDs. They're doctors, they're nurses, they're dentists, but they still can't practice here because where they got their degree, so yes, they've been educated, say in medicine. Somebody comes here, they're a doctor. In their home country, they might have been the top surgeon. You come to Canada, your medical certifications don't hold the same water in Canada because we have higher standards or different standards. So therefore, fine. You want to come here, you want to practice, that's fine. But then you have to upgrade your stuff to match our standard. There is not nearly as much blue-collar work as you think in Canada, bud. I don't know where you've been getting your fucking information, but I can tell you, there is not nearly as much blue-collar work. And by the way, most of those blue-collar jobs, trade union. In order to get into a trade union, you have to know somebody in that trade to get you into the trade union. You also have to have certifications in that fucking trade. Even in construction, even to just sling a hammer and frame houses, you need to be a part of the carpenters union. You have to be a certified carpenter and go through apprenticeship program. So no, there might be blue collar work. Yes. You're going to have to go through the trade union. In order to go through those trade unions, you have to have certain bits of paperwork. You don't have those bits of paperwork, I hope you're ready to go to school. Be a student. Because if you don't have those certifications, you haven't done the courses, you're not getting into the trade union. You don't know somebody who can get you in to apprentice, you're not getting in. Standards. That's why there are a lot of immigrants that come here and end up working as cabbies or delivering, running DoorDash. Yeah, exactly. Because everything has to be done by a certain exacting freaking standard, by building code, right? Doesn't matter. Do you know how to do it to Canada's building codes? Yeah, exactly. Not to code. Exactly. We have building codes for a reason. So what? I can sling nails. Doesn't matter. Things are done to code. There is a spec that has to be a minimum spec. So The building code is the minimum. That is the bare minimum that things have to be done at. Most builders here go above and beyond that. It doesn't matter that you might be good at it. The point is, if you do not know how to do it to the local standard and codes, you'll never get a job doing it. Yeah, and guess what? Here, you have to be more than just a worker doing what the boss tells you. If you can't be self-thinking and forward-thinking and understand how to do things by code and be able to be left unattended and just continue on with your job without a boss hovering over you, you won't survive here. I fucking guarantee it. You'll be eaten alive. Calling for, 16D nails, double plates and studs. Yeah. Right? What is the point of using 3.5-inch long 16D nails to join lumber that will end up 3 inches thick? Isn't it safer and more economical to not have nail points sticking through? Right? Yeah. North American building standards. And that's the thing. Slider, you're talking, that's the US building standards. That's not even the Canadian building standards. Our building code here is actually higher than what the standard is in the US. Right? The reason these regulations exist is for safety. It's to prevent lawsuits. It's to prevent some schmuck from claiming that they're a handyman, they don't understand building code, and then taking somebody's money, throwing in a half wall into somebody's house that fucking crumbles after 2 weeks. And then there is no repercussions for the person who did the shoddy ass work. So these standards exist to prevent shoddy work. It doesn't mean it still doesn't happen. It's just now there are repercussions because the standards weren't followed. So now the homeowner or the property owner has recourse to then sue, to go after somebody financially and like from a financial and legal perspective. Also, insurance. If things aren't done to the minimum standard code, you can't get insurance on your home. And in order to own property here even in Canada, you have to have insurance on it. You want to build a home on your property? Insurance. You can't own that home and you can't own property without having fucking homeowner's insurance. It's illegal. No, insurance here is not optional. In Canada, if you own a home, you by law have to have insurance. Not here. Yeah, you hurt someone, the entire project gets scuttled. Yeah, exactly. It's to protect the workers. It is to protect the company owners. It is also to protect the property owners. Yeah, banks require the insurance. Yep. Yep, absolutely. I mean, it might not make sense to you, Raider, but here, this is how shit works, right? It's funny, you say that, but there's actually stricter regulations around things like food, education, infrastructure, and pharmaceuticals in Europe than there are in the US. We are stricter here in Canada than the US, but we're not as strict as most European nations. Yeah, food is way fucking stricter. Even Canada, we've adopted more European regulations, but we're still not as strict as it is in the in the EU by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, so here's the thing. I can build my own home, but I have to have a building inspector and an engineer come by and actually verify that it is done to code. Water and gas and electricity have to be done by certified tradesman. Because otherwise, I can't get freaking insurance. If I can't get property insurance, I can't live in that house. Nobody can live in the house without the insurance. All right. Anyway, we're going to shut the truck off. Turn it. Excuse me? This is a park. Chat. Anybody notice anything wrong with this picture? Yeah, but again, you can't do that here, Raider. Regulations prevent that.
No, listen.
No, listen. Yes, there is. It's called the state. And here it is the province. It doesn't matter you're in the middle of nowhere. There are still laws and regulations that you have to abide by. You still live in a county. County, state, federal, that's right. So even though you think you're in the middle of nowhere, you're not actually in the middle of nowhere. There is still a regional seat of power that you have to abide by the laws and regulations of the county, then the state, then the federal government. Here in Canada, it is very much the same, where you have to abide by the law of the county, so the municipality, the province or territory, and the federal. Ask the pedo polygamists. Yeah, polygamists. We don't have rules, people in the middle of nowhere, Arizona. That shit don't fly. No, it doesn't. Right. You still have laws. You still have rules. You still, it's not. So I took a screenshot of that, by the way. That is fucking hilarious. Something about that seems off. Yeah, no, you can't. You cannot. You say who's gonna know, but the thing is, the purchase of the property has to be, or the transfer of property has to be registered. No, it's called, you're right, they don't need satellite. There's a paper trail. You can't just go out onto somebody's existing property or out into existing property. If you're the, here's the thing, if you're the owner, if you buy land, that purchase has to by law be registered. You can't hide that. You're a landowner, therefore you are responsible for the taxes on that land. Yeah, if you're the owner and you register it, then that means the municipality will send people out to check. You say that, the fucking funny part is they do it all the time. Exactly. They want taxes on the sale. Yeah, Waco, Texas, perfect example. Northern Arizona, yep. You're the owner of the property. That means property is taxable. Therefore, you have to pay the taxes. You have to pay annual taxes. Doesn't matter. They're still going to know. And then they will come out there and then they will run you through the gamut of everything, right? Exactly. Just because you own the land, you still don't have the right to just do whatever the fuck you want with it. There are still laws you have to follow. Yes, you are the owner, but there are still laws and regulations. The funny thing is you say that, but they do. Because they run an audit. They run annual audits. If it's reported and it's a slam dunk case, easy money. Yeah, exactly. You do understand what a land audit is, right, Raider? Slider, you know what I'm talking about, right? Two Slider knows what I'm talking about. Well, here's the thing. You probably do have a land audit where you live. You probably just don't know about it. To 330 million people. Land audits exist. The crazy part is, a land audit is when the municipality, so the county, town, village, whatever, the state or the country, the federal government, your country, you know, whether it's, you know, whatever, they audit the land that is currently available and usable annually in the country, and they look at who owns that land. And then they look at what is being done with that land. Right? So land audits are actually quite easy to do and are quite common in most modern governments. Right? Against current values, so they will do readjustments. Right? Yeah, 7 years of dock, 7 years of dodging. That's the thing. So, perfect example. When my dad bought the farm, so in order to demo the old silo that was falling down, by the way, and it was falling into the barn, which was being used, we couldn't use the silo. We couldn't salvage the silo. The silo was 100 years old. It was falling apart. It was just, it was dangerous to be around. So my dad's two options were to continue to let it fall down and tear part of the back end of the barn off, or demolish it, pay for demo. Yeah, but here's the thing. Those cabins in the woods that you see on TV and in movies, while those exist, they're also still on paper because they have to be. You can't just build a cabin in the woods in the middle of nowhere and, like, you might be able to do that there. You can't do that here. There's this rando guy who comes in every month. Hey, sure as fuck ain't here. Because number one, somebody owns that piece of land that you're building on. Doesn't matter whether it's the government or it's private property. Somebody owns that. And they're going to know that you're building on their land. It might not be immediately, but they're going to find you. And they're going to want their fucking money, or they're going to want you the fuck off their land. At which case, you've put all this time and effort into building a cabin on land that you do not own, to then be removed from the land that you do not own. So you've wasted a bunch of time and a bunch of effort and a bunch of materials and possibly money to build a place that is not actually yours. Yeah, exactly. Long odds in the modern age. Yeah, those are some long odds. Anyway, I need to go use the bathroom. I'm gonna get up, gonna grab a short break. While I'm on break, all of you get up, stretch your legs, get a snack. I'll meet you back here in a few minutes. Well, hello, chat. Vic. Hi. How old are you? All right. Let's get back into this. All right, let's get out of here. I sit long enough. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And even then, that's still going to be dangerous. Anyway, let's, horses. Yeah, hogs, horses, chickens, full tools, filled cabin, months of food, quite the feat. Yeah, you're never doing that. You're not doing that in modern society. That would have been great. You could have easily done that in the 1800s. You're not doing that in 2025. Not in North America, not in Canada, and definitely not fucking... Even if you think you're in the middle of nowhere, you're not really in the middle of nowhere. It looks like the middle of nowhere on... Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing, too. Yeah, where are you buying the hog? You have to have an address. Hog dealer knows every farmer within 50 miles. That's true. He does. Same with chicken farmers. The farmers know each other. And in some cases, depending on the... They know everybody within 100 miles. Right? Because, again, that's part of their job. They need to know those people. My dad knew freaking cattle farmers because my dad would buy cows from auction, right? But he would know cattle farmers like that were like, 200-300 fucking kilometers away because he had bought from them. So they knew him from either going to the auctions or just like saying, hey, if you've got any young, like, yeah, shows, feed centers, yeah, exactly. Yep. Right? Exactly. And then everybody in town is going to talk. Eventually, you get found out. There is nowhere in North America, even if you think you're in the middle of nowhere, you're not in the middle of nowhere. It's been mapped. The local areas are where you have to go to get things like feed and everything else. To get seed to be able to grow your own crop. You will eventually get found in a much quicker amount of time than you might think. Listen, this is how we caught the Unabomber. Never go full Kaczynski. Never go full Kaczynski. Al Capone went down fucking tax fraud, exactly, right? Doesn't matter. The fact, number one, that you would be living on somebody's land that you didn't buy or own, and even if you bought it, if you are not paying the taxes for that property, and you're just building without following rules and regulations, then you are classified as a criminal. Even if you're paying property taxes, the problem is you're paying taxes annually for a piece of property that they only know at the valuation worthy piece of property. As soon as you start putting buildings on it, that valuation goes up. And every time you add a building, the property has to be reassessed. It doesn't matter that you're not a criminal. The fact is that because you're blatantly building something that isn't according to the law on land that you say, yes, you own it, but that doesn't mean you just freely can build whatever the fuck you want, not follow the laws. There are building permit. There are building codes that have to be met. If you're not doing any of this stuff, it's a crime. Well, here's the thing though. You're saying, well, you can't stay hidden in anywhere in North America just because you think you're out in the middle of nowhere. It's not nearly as simple as you seem to make it out to be. As soon as you put any kind of structure up, anywhere, somebody in the local area, even if there's nobody around you within 50 square miles, somebody eventually is going to stumble across that. And they're going to be like, hey, this wasn't here before. I need to report this. The middle of nowhere doesn't mean that you are safe from prying eye. Also doesn't mean that you can just build whatever the fuck you want. You might be able to get away with that where you live, but you cannot do that anywhere in North America. Because here's the crazy part. You might fight, well, it's my land. I can do what I want. Fair. I accept that argument. You are allowed to do whatever you can on that property or whatever you want to do, provided you follow the letter of the law. And if you are building something on your land and you are not following the local or regional laws to build, then you are breaking the law, and therefore that building and your property become forfeit. And what they will do is they will actually tear the fucking building down. 9 times out of 10. Because it can't be insured, it can't be evaluated. It is classified as condemned and derelict, and they tear it the fuck down. Oh, I do. I fucking notice everything in my local area. I notice when some kid builds a fucking tree house. I've walked down trails. I've been like, huh, that's interesting. The homeless people built a fucking small encampment. You know what I do? I pull out my phone, I take a picture, and I call the fucking authorities because they're not supposed to. Fucking right, I will. Because they're on public land. Yeah, it's legally it is referred to as vagrancy here in North America. You're fucking right. Listen, if somebody's out on public land building a fucking treehouse, even if it's kids, you're damn straight. Number one, if somebody's kid is playing in that fucking treehouse and they drop something out of that fucking treehouse on somebody's head walking on the trail, that's dangerous. Kid falls out of that fucking treehouse, breaks their fucking neck. No, I didn't build a treehouse out in the middle of the woods. I had a treehouse. My father and I built it, but it was built properly. We didn't just... The point I'm saying though is, here's the thing. You can't just do what you want. Just because you own a piece of property in North America doesn't mean you can just do whatever the fuck you want with it. There are still regional, municipal laws. There are municipal, state, and federal laws that you have to abide by. Yeah, I also brought up vagrant, homeless people building encampments along freaking forest trails on public land, which I've snapped pictures of and sent to the local freaking police, and then the following day, it's gone. It's not that I don't have empathy for people who are out on the street or whatever. That's not it. It's just, listen, there are places for you to go and services to utilize. If you aren't willing to do that and you're trying to live out on the fringes by yourself, yeah, fuck. You're breaking the law. I don't give a shit. Yeah, you don't understand lots of middle America. Yeah, that's a lot of areas there really isn't just farmer access roads, who again are watched by farmers, the federal government, the state government, IRS. The land is owned by the farmers. Yeah, you might be 50, 100 miles out from anywhere around you, but the farmers are watching their land, right? The point we're trying to make to you, Raider, while you might be able to get away with that shit in Romania, if you tried to do that shit in North America, anywhere, whether it's Canada or the US, you're going to fucking prison. Because it's illegal. You can't just do that. It's fucking illegal. Against... No. Fuck you. I'm gonna call it right now. Fuck you. None of this only if you get caught fucking bullshit. That is some teenage 18-year-old mental fucking IQ of a goldfish bullshit. No. Fuck you. And for that, you're getting timed out. 10 minutes. Sit in the naughty bench, take your lumps like a good boy. Yeah, maybe kids are living out there, right? No, fuck that. No, it's only illegal if you get caught. No, that is some 18-year-old fucking emotional intelligence of a fucking gnat bullshit. You got the emotional IQ of a fucking 5-year-old if you believe that. You can't just do what you want to do. This isn't the Wild West. This isn't, fucking the Mesozoic era. Yeah, back to our ethics combo. Yeah, exactly. Ethics. That right there shows, again, a lack of morality and a lack of ethics. If you believe that, oh, well, it's only illegal if you get caught. Well, no. Fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. That's some bullshit, man. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. You carve out the exception for yourself. No. Do better. Come on, people. Be fucking better. Do better. Like, there are a lot of things. Would I love to be able to own my own piece of property and be able to build on it? Yeah, I would. I would absolutely love to have that. But I'll tell you one thing for sure. I'm abiding by every goddamn freaking law, rule, and regulation in order to build on that property. I would hold myself to the same laws and regulations that I expect for corporations, for freaking businesses, right? For other builders, like professional level builders. I hold myself to the same fucking standards that I expect them to be held to, right? I have to get HOA, homeowners association approval if I want stuff within 6 feet of the property line, right? I don't have any real neighbors like that, but still, yeah. Well, it's the same thing for, like, Zool, right? Like, because she lives in a condo complex, there are certain things that she has, like, if she wants to do certain things, she has to get the condo board's approval, right? She can't just do it. Yeah, she owns the condo. She pays the mortgage on it, but she still needs approval to be able to do certain things, right? And it is a larger issue, yeah, because there is a lot of, shared access and stuff like that, right? And generally, you'll find that even if you own a home, like say you own a detached single-family home here, right? to be a good neighbor, you don't just go and start, here's number one, to be a good neighbor, you don't just go and start building a goddamn garage in your back fucking, there are laws, there are regulations dictating how far off the property line a building can be, you know, how close, like how large of a footprint and everything else. Yeah, some assholes do, and usually what ends up happening is then somebody comes in and they have to tear that fucking building down at their own goddamn cost, at their own expense. Because, you know, they just felt, well, I fucking own it, it's mine, I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's like, no, there are rules and regulations for a reason. You can't just do whatever you want just because I own it. Oh, right? Yeah. Tear down order. Yeah, shit gets red tagged. Yeah. I've seen that happen a lot around here. With a guy just down the street. Built himself a two-car garage. Cost him about $100,000 to build this thing. He didn't have a building permit. He didn't register any property changes with town council. He didn't have a property assessment. He didn't contact the town about having service run to it because he felt that he did it all himself. And 2 months later, the fucking town is there with a goddamn bulldozer. And then they billed him for tearing it down. And now he's trying to sue the fucking town. I'm sorry, just because you can doesn't mean you should. There are correct avenues to go through things. You do it through the correct avenues. Just because it's your property doesn't mean that you can just do whatever fucking willy-nilly that you want all over it. You abide by the laws of the land. And whoever sets those laws. And if where you currently live, you don't have said laws requiring you to follow certain rules and regulations for building, then do whatever the fuck you want. But if you're gonna come here, follow the fucking rules and regulations. If you don't like the rules and regulations, stay the fuck where you are. It's simple. It's not complicated. It's not even rocket science. You want to move to a different country? Then you have to legally abide by the laws of that country. And then within that country, it's broken down into the smaller municipalities. You still have to abide by it because every municipality is going to have different rules. You still have to abide. It's not optional. It's not like you get to pick and choose. Right? Because you can't. You can't just pick and choose. Just because you want to live a certain lifestyle. Well, find a way to travel back in time. Go back to the 1800s when that kind of shit was allowed. You can't do that in modern society. Go find yourself a desert island somewhere to set up camp then. Good luck surviving. Right? You want to be off-grid? Fine, be off-grid. But just know that you're probably going to have a much shorter lifespan. Because if you're off-grid, that also means that you've removed yourself so far from society, you have no medical care, you have no insurance, you have no doctor, death by appendix, yeah, kinda. Scurvy, dysentery, Oregon Trail all over again, right? Fuck. It's solvable if you aren't. I mean, it's true. Dysentery is very solvable if you aren't dumb. Back then, washing your hands was done with rocks. I mean, you know how to make your own soap. Nobody shit. Well, that's right. Nobody shit in the water. Exactly. I mean, here's the thing. I believe in law and order. Good tip. Good. I mean, right? Nobody shit in the water. Absolutely. Best tip ever. Death by dehydration due to stomach bug. Why? Because somebody shit in the water upriver. Usually. But I mean, that's the thing. I am a believer in law and order. I do believe, yeah, something, Moose Petty, yeah, some critter shit in the water, you're screwed, right? Like, thing is, I also believe that, you know, there's nothing wrong with following the rules of society. You don't have to be an anarchist. You don't have to be an agent of chaos and just do the Kaczynski thing, live off in the woods by yourself. I do also firmly believe that there is a, you know, it's reasonable. Yeah, exactly. Even though he lived in the woods, he still got found. He still got fucking found, right? You stepped away, but Chris McCandless? But I mean, that's the thing. Like, yeah. Some people think that, you know, there are too many rules, too many regulations, and it infringes on our freedom. But it's like, the thing is, though, is do we want to live in a society where it's every person for themselves, it's do or die, and it's just it's just anarchy and chaos? Still MIA, yeah. Chances are, if he's Chris McCandless, still MIA, probably dead. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Yeah, right? Exactly. Been years. Law and order exists for a reason. Regulation exists for a reason, right? It's about public safety. Now, and if you don't believe that safety should exist for all, then what the fuck? Why? Right? Well, I hope you enjoyed your time out. You learned something, though. Like, come on, man. It's morality and ethics. This isn't some kind of Call of the Wild shit. This isn't some Wild West shit. This isn't the 1800s. Can't do this in modern. You cannot do, right? Don't double down on whataboutism, right? That's all I ask. That's right. What about? Don't do that. Don't double down. Doubling down is usually how people get snapped. Yeah, everyone, exactly. Everyone is allowed one. Listen, being out on your own in the middle of nowhere trying to build a life for yourself by any means possible doesn't make you tough. It also doesn't make you smart. And not thinking that the rules shouldn't apply to you, again, that's chaos and anarchy, and I'm sorry, that doesn't fit in modern society. Well, you're talking about worked 200 years ago, but it doesn't work today. We did kind of get a little out of track, but again, you want to come to the US, that's great. You want to come to Canada, again, great. But there's a way, there's a process, and nothing's just going to be like, land's not just going to be given to you or whatever. You're going to have to fight your way through like everybody else does. Good afternoon, John. How are you? You're well. That's just, listen, we already know that that is just humans doing human things, right? Yeah, but here's the thing is, you can't always find a way out. If there are regulations and there are rules, those exist for a reason. It's public safety. And sometimes you just have to concede that these things exist for a reason and there's nothing wrong with them. But then if you have a problem with rules and regulations, you have to ask yourself, why? Why do I have a problem with law and order? When it exists to serve the benefit of the general public at large. Because it's projecting giant generalities to a country with vast differences, but lots of law. Yeah, that's true. But remember, and here's the thing though, John, you do raise a valid point there, right? Like the problem is when bureaucrats let power go to their heads and cause needless issues and bad apples ruining the whole barrel. I mean, yeah, you're always going to have those people, and unfortunately that's a lot of that comes from ego. You're right. Perhaps like in the Bronze Age would not work today. No. Yeah, exactly. Unga smash, that worked great 1,000 years ago. It's not working today. It can't. Rules and regulations exist for a reason. Because it is beneficial to society. Unga smash. Welcome to Club Age. Unga strong. I mean, that generality of the traditional alpha male being physically strong and everything just doesn't vibe anymore. It's not it. That doesn't make you masculine either. It just makes you an asshole now. I think the lumber was a good example. Yeah, no, it's true. Like, it's not all wheat, it's not all farms, it's not all forests. No, there's a lot of desert out there too. There's a lot of desert out there. Each place needs a new plan. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. Each place does need a new plan. I wish I could get rid of those dots on the windshield. Oh my god. Oh, that bothers me. I'm triggered by it. Well, but here's the thing is there is a genetic component that actually already proves it with how you have even modern interactions between men and women. Yep. I don't like the word alpha, but there are more magnetic people. The 70s, it was a man's man. Yeah. Right? But that's the thing. That's kind of that what more people think of as a traditional alpha male. It's all brute strength. Thrived over force and coercion. Yes. But in ancient times, those that ruled through force and coercion had a strength about them that was empowering to those around them that they held close in their circle. Now, that doesn't hold in, like, even being physically strong isn't really, it doesn't make you tough anymore. You know what I mean? No. And that's the thing is, but we've progressed from that point where it was about physical strength and physical size to protect the tribe to now that doesn't really, it's not really a different, like that's not the differentiating thing that makes someone strong in a leadership role anymore. So that more traditional thought process behind like what used to be predominantly classified as alpha male doesn't really exist in the man's man in modern society, socially, right? No, exactly, right? Like exactly, they're not mutually exclusive. Hey, look, that's the right size, but the one we saw back there was definitely not. Why are we just... Excuse... Sir? I'm pushing you the F out. No, I'm going. Fuck you. You can give me that ticket all you want. There was no reason for that AI. It's the only time I'll break the law. It's in a video game because morally and ethically ambiguous. Ambiguous. There we go. I don't know if anyone watched The Walking Dead, but Rick from that TV series, what I imagine a leader in the prehistoric time would have been. That's an education issue, yeah. People aren't capable of having it. It's not even common sense. It's absent. Arms race is evolution. It is. It is definitely a form of evolution. We just got smarter at killing each other. But it is a form of evolution. You might not want to agree with that, but it's correct. Historically accurate. In a way, another way to influence the course of evolution. I mean, it's true. Yeah, there's a quote from Blue-Eyed Samurai. What is it? We merely created the killing machines first. Yeah. Yep. Unga got bigger stick. Make him more strong. Chaka, when the walls fell. Why is stick pointing out? Chaka and the walls fell. I'm not even sorry for that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I feel bad for you. Because I'm a fucking nerd and I loved it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Why stick pointy? Ow! Pretty much. If Unga not strong, why Unga have 47 wife? Cave stuff. I mean... Oh, shit. You know what? Probably going to hell. That's fine. It is what it is. Okay. If I go to hell, I go to hell. Ungo only pawn in game of life. Right? So here's the thing, Raider. Technically, it is a twofold issue. It's both. That's the crazy part. We try to break it down. Did genes create the culture, or did culture mold people? It's both. The answer is both. It is a two-pronged issue. Culture evolves with the people. Yep. Fucking, you know, that is a great example, but I fucking hate that word. God damn, I hate that word. Delulu. Oh my God, I despise that. To say Delulu and delusional takes the same amount of time and breath. And the word Delulu means delusional. It's lazy and makes you sound dumb. Thank you. Exactly. Again, this is where we come into the societal side of things, a lack of comprehension, and why people don't have good conversations anymore. Because societally, the upcoming generations have gotten fucking lazy with their language. And they're constantly trying to reinvent the wheel. It's like, stop creating revisions of words. Like, yes, I understand that language is evolution. Like, it's constantly evolving. But some of these evolutionary traits in language make you sound like an idiot. It makes it sound like you haven't grown past the age of 5. Right? Unironically, using that word makes you that word? I mean, yes. Yeah, that shit drives me nuts. Partially, yeah, they're both shaped their environment and vice versa. Yeah, they shape the environment, but the environment also shaped the culture. The old, you can't observe something without affecting it. Yes. It's like the double slit experiment. Yeah. You can't observe something without affecting it, right? Yeah. Cultural, absolutely, yeah. Culture absolutely has circles. Yeah, it does. It's the same with style. It's the same with hair. It's like language, music. It all cycles back, right? So much crap I had in the 90s is big because we're parents. Yeah, we're parents now. Yeah, so it's back. Right? Right? 30-50 with cash, nostalgia. Yeah. 30 to 50 with cash. Yep. Absolute freaking nostalgia. 100%. Thank you. Theoretically, if Germans lived in India, they would have. Yes. Probably. Yeah. Yep. Culture shapes the environment as much as the environment shapes the culture. Yeah, they'd speak alive. Yeah. Firefly covers as well. Language blends. Yes, Spanglish is real. It is absolutely. So is English. English is 100% real. Yeah, but that's the thing. Firefly does a fantastic actual job of the cultural blending and language blending between like Mandarin Chinese and English and Japanese, like Asian culture with more traditional English, and they do it well. Then they wouldn't be German anymore. They would have evolved differently then, right? With their pre-existing culture, or originally. Originally, they wouldn't be German, right? Yeah, no, they would have evolved. Things would have evolved differently. They wouldn't even be German. They wouldn't even be classified as German. Quite possibly, yes. Or something similar along the line. The Bering Strait froze over and people came to North America by foot. Then it melted and North American humans evolved on a new path. Yeah, it's true. That's why we like when Europeans came to North America, they were surprised to find, they thought it was like uninhabited. They were surprised to find tribes of humans running around together, right? Yeah, no, and that is true. There is, yes, genetic drift is 100% a thing. Absolutely. Oh, you're turning? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I missed my turn off because I was too busy yakking and not paying enough attention to the road. Happened. They evolved in the same area. They would have retained the same genetic base pigment in other traits. Right? They would not have become Germans as you described. No, they wouldn't have been. There would have been genetic drift. All right. Okay, here we go. Ugh. That brings us to Darwin's evolution theory. Yep. We can determine what percentage of genes people share, and that we can document and map a lot. Yeah, we can. Thank you, modern technology. Combine that with fossil record, it's great. Yeah, it is scary accurate. I know. Abso-freaking-lutely. All right. We're here. I don't know where we're dropping this off. Yeah. Wuna died 31,000 BCE. Ancestor of Unga. Unga strong. Unga, when the walls fell. Well, yeah, and that's the other part too, right? Like, yeah, what do you classify as new culture? All right. Yeah, if Europeans were so smart, why did they need local expertise to survive? Yeah. Go ask Sid Meier. He seems to know Dong. All right, so for whatever reason, the mirrors on this truck are fucking terrible. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not, but those mirrors, you can't see shit in these. Like, even zoomed in, you can't fucking see anything in these mirrors. Absolute shit. Dong. Are we playing the Dong song? My dong da dong dong dong. Target, expect more for less. Oh shit! No! Oh god! Dong show, dong show. No, no, no. We're going full dong show. That dong da dong dong dong. Make you booty good? Make you booty go. All right. But that's the thing, right? Like, if at the time the Europeans came to North America, if it wasn't for the locals, most of them would have died. If it wasn't due to learning local customs and everything, most of the European explorers would have probably fucking died, never made it back home. Well, no, they did die. You're right. Absolutely. But a lot more would have died if they hadn't actually relied on local guide. Get what we're saying? You see what we mean? So, while we might think of older cultures as being like, because they were remote or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that they were, didn't have a way, right? Diseases of the Europeans wreaked havoc in the indigenous. Yes, they did. Because the indigenous populations of that time in North America and South America, they didn't have the immunities that Europeans had built up through multiple different plagues. Because they'd been kind of sheltered from that, right? The Europeans brought the fucking plague to North America and decided, hey, sharing is caring, right? Well, and that's exactly it, right? Yeah, that was part of evolution, right? People died, got high to learn what we could eat, and another George Carlin bit. Yes, it is. Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, hey, level 227. I keep forgetting. Well, it's not dead. Yeah, well, it's not. Yeah, we'd watch animals. Well, it's not dead. Also true. All right. And go to eat that shit, stay up all night and play. Now you tell me what we eating ain't wrong, Carlin. I mean, it's Carlin, right? Like, how can you argue with the sensibilities in that? I can't think, like, listen, there's no argument against it. It's George Carlin, man. Pure Carlin. Trial and error. I mean, lots of error due to documentation. Well, I mean, there's definitely lots of documentation to show a lot of error. There's no doubt of that. Hey, we're in Lewistown? What time? So I've got roughly. I have plans for this evening, so I've just got to keep my eyes on the clock, keep my eyes on the time. Plans for this evening. Service recommendations. Oh yeah, we're there. All right, so we're in Lewistown. It is 6:20 p.m. Reset navigation, please. Thank you. Like, why in the hell am I going out there? What am I going out there for? All right, so we're in Lewistown. We're in Montana, chat. Let's see what we've got. Close. Bozeman, Kalispell, Lena. Sacramento. Ooh, I kind of like the sound of heading to Sacramento, but Albuquerque, New Mexico, chat. There you go. Good old Albuquerque. We could. Oh, ooh. I mean, Seattle. Fuck it. I want to go to the West Coast. We're going to Seattle, chat. All right. We're doing it. Let's go. Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome. you're having a great Tuesday. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Now let's get the hell out of here. We're currently driving the Kenworth T680 Next Gen. One of the modifications is that I went with standard mirrors because it looked goofy as fuck with the camera mirrors and the standard mirrors. Just like, make up your mind. If you can't give me the option of just having the cameras, then just give me plain mirrors. Don't put the two. It's stupid. You mother. No, that's, you know what? No, that's fine. Fine. Worry about it. It's fine. So we're in Lewiston. We're up in Montana. We're gonna pick up a load out for bound for Seattle. Gonna head to Seattle, Washington. It looks like it's gonna be aggregate material hauling. Cruising right through. All right, so we're gonna get the Cinema One. What do we got? What are y'all playing at the cinema? Movie festival? I mean, okay, well, what movies though, man? This better not be one of those I gotta whip my phone out, freaking check your website bullshit. God damn it. Oh, they do offer carry-out popcorn, though. I mean, that's nice. I'll take some carry-out popcorn. Yeah, here's the problem, though. Again, there ends up being a lot of corruption with that. You're better off, and I am, again, because police here are hired. The police department is operated by the municipality, or in this case, like, because we have municipal police, we also have provincial police, and then we have federal police. So we have, in Ontario, most cities and towns have their own police force. They have a jurisdiction. Then the provincial police, the Ontario Provincial Police, have a jurisdiction outside of most large municipalities that have their own police force. And then we have federal police, which are the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They are federal, and they have jurisdiction across the entirety of the country. Now, in some places, the provincial police also function as municipal police in smaller communities. You'll see in most western provinces, so Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia, or most more northern territories, RCMP also act as local police force, as well as, fulfilling their federal role as police officers as well. So they work jurisdictionally. That being said, though, they're all functionaries of the government. The federal police and the federal police, the RCMP, are functionaries of the Canadian federal government. The Ontario provincial police, or are functionaries of the provincial government. And then local law enforcement is run by the municipality. Now, not every place has local police department. It used to be, when I grew up, like the town that I grew up in, there was local police. So the town of Goderich had a police force of its own that was operated, and the hiring was done by the municipality. The thing is, though, is you'll find, honestly, that electing someone in to be sheriff, I'll be honest, That's not a great way, because you end up with some real shitty human beings as officers of the law. All because they had some money. So they could run an election. 'Cause again, that's more of an American thing than it is anywhere else. You've got money and you can afford, or you got somebody financially backing you to get into politics. I mean, you're fucking laughing, right? And the more money somebody can throw behind you, or the more money you can throw behind yourself, right? That's not the way it should be. It shouldn't be just because, like, there should be more merit to it than that. I mean, right? Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Well, but that again, like, again, I'm not saying that there's any perfect system for this either, right? But somebody who, here's the thing about incompetence. Usually that's just a skill issue. Skills can be trained. They can be upgraded. They can be updated. If you're an asshole with money, there's usually no changing that. You're an asshole with money. And if you paid your way through an election, that's what it is. You're just an asshole with money who ended up being a sheriff, and you're just running fucking gotcha game. Competency can be trained. Yeah, a lot of executive positions. Here's the thing, though, and you need to understand this. While there is a certain amount of nepotism that usually ends up happening within companies, most executives, if you look at their education, and again, it comes down to education. You don't become an executive without, here's the thing, you don't get an executive position without some form of higher education. Well, I mean, that's, again, you're again, not everything is a meritocracy. As much as it would be perfect if everything worked as a meritocracy, nepotism is going to be everywhere. Whether it's in business or government, it's going to exist. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. It's just, it is, again, it's human nature. Somebody gets into a position of power, they want to bring others up around them, whether that be family, and you happen to say you happen to have a useless fucking nephew, but they're family, so you're gonna look out for them, right? Well, no, and I agree with you, and that shouldn't be allowed. Again, you don't have to agree with it. You don't have to like it, but it's going to happen whether you want it to or not. The Nepo babies are real. They exist in every facet of life, whether you like it or not. Oh, wow. That's so... That's with my brightness set to 110%. God. All right. We're on our way. Oh, you know what? I'm going to grab this here while we're still... I'll make sure I've got all of Lewiston before we leave. We're grabbing this. There we go. Oh, ow. Whoa. God, that felt uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. All right. Did I get everything? It's not very often I'm taking anything out of Lewiston. So let me. Oh, I didn't get the D. Look. All right, we're not going back for that though. Screw that. Just gonna have to continue on. Yeah, this is all backing track stuff. Oh, look at the freaking sunset, chat. God damn, that is beautiful. Look at this. Damn, that's gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. All right. So we're on our way to Seattle. We're on the way to Seattle, Washington. The other thing, the reason that I've got the GPS up there and I'm not using the in-dash is because the in-dash is too fucking dark. You can barely see it. Yeah, elected sheriffs can be problematic. Most citizens don't understand the criteria of that job. That's true. Too bad, I think. Seem to be doing all right for. Plenty of fuel. We're good. Yeah, they're both subject to the failure of humans. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's exactly what it boils down to, right? It comes down to, again, the human factor, right? The failure of humans. Yep. Yeah. This is very true. That's right. Sheriff can be corrupt via either avenue, right? Okay. That's life. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good sleep. Okay, I'll be honest. The physics is just not seeing any difference here. I still kind of wish that they'd given us, you know, some other engine improvements like visuals or what have you, right? No, don't worry. Listen, we are in a day and age where we should be beyond pranking each other on April 1st. And if you were a sucker enough to fall for somebody's bullshit prank, god damn, what does that say about you? What does that say about you? If you fell for somebody's prank on April Fool's Day, it shouldn't even be a thing. Also, by the way, if you pranked after 12 noon, your local time, you're an asshole. Same. Yeah, it's true. There are definitely so many. That's true. Can't argue that. Cannot argue that at all. All right. It is 8:01. We're gonna have to grab a place to grab some shut-eye here, I think. Please pull in. All right. Radio way station, huh? Oh, looky. It also looks like we've got the perfect place. So, you guys see those two little spots on my freaking right there? I want to know what those are and why this is the only truck in American truck that has those. They glow in the fucking dark, bro. They're obnoxious, and I dislike them very much. It is not. No, not a modded truck. This is the Kenworth T680 Next Gen. It's strange. Well, you just never mind about the sexy driver's seat, okay? Jesus, Slider. Can you stop thinking with your dick for more than 30 seconds? Stop sexualizing me. I will not be objectified. Talk about memory. Oh my God. No, it's not a widescreen issue either. This is literally the only truck that does it. Quite literally the only truck in Euro Truck or American Truck that does this. I noticed it last night. Okay, come on. How many times do I have to drive around this parking lot before you kick in and tell me I can rest? Oh, I was in the right spot that time. Parking lot. Wait for it. There it is. Okay, but if I get all the way to the end of the parking spot... Oh, you're going to let me do it. Hey, how about that? That's nice. Thank you. That's what I was wondering, if maybe there's something there, but if we go out, look. There doesn't appear to be anything. I don't know. It is very strange. I love how that just says GPS. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And the truck is off right now, by the way. There we go. Yeah, lights are on. Lights are off. His eyes do it. Yeah, you see it right there? 2 dots on the windshield. They're constantly there. Again, only truck in American Truck that does this. No, there's no lizard or slizzard. None of that. Bad 2 Slider. All right, let's get out of here. 7:06 a.m. It's slizzard. Up. All right. Oh. No, you're not. No lot lizards. I don't even think that's a mod that's available. Frankly, if it was, I don't want to play the game with a lot lizard mod. That's just gross. No, listen, just because there should be doesn't, I'm glad that there isn't. I'm all right with this. Doesn't need to exist. Not in my game. Let you design it like that one new game. Let the story, what, like Inzoi? You mean like Inzoi? No. They're mildly obnoxious. They bug me. I don't know why. It just really bugged me. Oh, brother. Holy shit, that cut a little close. Woo! Damn. Brother. Do you know the way? Brother, do you know the way? Could you please illuminate us how to turn it off? I swear to God. Slider, stop being a smart ass. San Joe? Josie? San Jose? Jose? What about Walla Walla, Washington? Do you know the way to San Jose? No, but I know that I should have made a left at Albuquerque. Now who's being the smart ass? All right, folks. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Thanks so much for coming in. That's right. This is the Missouri Waiting Room. The Missouri DLC for American Truck Simulator will be releasing on April 3rd. That's this Thursday. This isn't a joke. Smart part was he left Albuquerque. But I needed to make a left at Albuquerque. God damn, that's bright. Oh, okay. Nope. I'll stop turning my head around. A little fast. Might get a ticket. Was going fast. Felt cute. Took a pic. Might delete. All right. Oh, God damn it. Short ass freaking blocks. These are not city blocks. Oh, man. Okay, so I don't know I don't know who designed this wheel, but right in here is hurting for some reason from using the wheel. I don't know why, but it's only on this finger right here. What the? I was like, I did this and then the camera right here. Just this part of the finger from the knuckle down into the inside. It's all sore just on this side. There's no reason for it. We're old. Joints or wear a glove. Maybe pressure. Under pressure. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Under pressure. That might be true. That might not be incorrect. No, I know you're not joking. Believe me. I know it's not a joke. Well, but that means I have to dig them out. I don't really want to do that. Now I'm just being lazy. Because I just want to complain about it hurting, okay? Let me have this. God damn it. All right, the one thing I will notice though is the wheel is actually sitting considerably better now. I mentioned this earlier when I first started. I spent my entire morning, I had my entire wheel rig stripped right down and taken apart. Like right down to the bare nuts and bolts. Pieces were laying on the floor. I just stripped everything, and I took everything off of this and then put it all back together, made sure everything was nice and snug, good angles on the wheel and the shifter and the handbrake, right? So now everything seems to be, and I even adjusted the handbrake so the handbrake handle is down a little bit more, so when I grab it, I don't have to pull it back so far for it to work. All right, hold on. I'm going to grab my glove. I do have a pair of compression gloves for my hands, by the way, because, again, old joints, shit happens. You can't stop aging. I mean, that's the thing. I have compression gloves for a reason. And these are copper lined too, so they actually do help quite a bit. It's kind of surprising how beneficial copper lined compression like gloves and knee braces, shoulder braces really are. Okay. Let's try that. All right, let's get back into it. Here we go. I had to take my watch off, but that's not a big deal. Not really a big problem for me. So we're leaving Lewiston, Montana. We're headed to Seattle, Washington, with, as you can see, we've got the Smithco side dump, load of aggregate. Now, that's actually something, if I remember correctly, with the Missouri DLC, we're going to be getting more active loading. You're back? Welcome back, Nuts Life. Like, more active loading. Now, I'll be honest. Here's the thing. I have yet to see any active loads for any of the freaking grain trailers or anything. I've not found a single place with, and it doesn't matter if it's a mod trailer or like built in the trailers that SCS has added. I have yet to see one of these live load. I haven't seen it. I've yet to see the fucking animation for myself. I keep hearing about this thing and I'm like, tell me where I can go. And I've used every single grain hopper available in the game, and not once have I seen a single one of these live loads that they keep referring to. I am in my lane. Don't start shit with me, sir. I am in my lane. You just shut your pie hole. I'm in my lane, you son of a bitch. I can even see it in my side mirror. I'm in my lane. I'm not off the side of the road. I'm in my lane. Mind your business. Obviously, I was paying attention and you weren't because I could tell I was in my lane. So you just knock it off, sir. You just knock it off. Knock it off. I'm not judging you. You don't judge me. Knock it off, sir. Knock it off.
Oh, hell no.
I thought you said you gotta go. You gotta get up early tomorrow. What the hell? What are you doing back? You forget something? Did you forget your hat? You left your keys on my coffee table, didn't you? Probably forgot your phone too. Like that. I am in bed. I'm giving you the face. You're on your phone. That's how that figures out. Let's start with me. I know. I'm not dumb. I wasn't born yesterday. You've been watching on mobile. Or a laptop. More likely mobile or tablet. Okay, see how washed that out? That looks, that look much better. Seems to be an awful lot of traffic coming out of that airport. Townsend capital area, huh? Righto. Anyway. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. For coming in. Thank you for being here. I appreciate every single one of you. YouTube, I appreciate all of you. Twitch, I appreciate all of you. We have a combined chat. So if you're watching over on YouTube, you can talk to Twitch. Twitch can talk back to you. So just want to reiterate, there is the ability for cross communication. So everybody can get on the same page. Everybody can join in on the conversation. Is something that is available. If you so choose. What the heck that? A lot of weird individuals in my neighborhood recently, and I'm not really familiar with some of these people. And I'm not sure I want to be familiar with some of these people because they kind of sketch me out. You ever get that vibe? You ever pick up on a vibe of somebody as soon as they walk by? You're like, I don't think I'm going to like them. I don't even trust them. You ever get that? You ever get that vibe about someone? They go by you and your skin just kind of crawls a little bit. You're like, listen, I don't think you're a good human. Okay, so according to this, ETA is 11 hours. What? No, there's no. Come on, bro. Excuse me, I'm sorry for the yawn. That's what happens when I drive IRL too. After about the third into the fourth hour, it's like, okay, I got to get out and stretch kind of thing. I already did the stretch at like the 2 hour mark. Oh, my back. All right, 70. There we go. Okay, speedo is set. So according to this, it's gonna be 11 hours and 10 minutes. So, ooh. I imagine it's a tendency to always go where you're looking, watching left lane turns. Turns to the right, you still watch left due to position. I mean, it could be. But this is actually something even IRL, like if I'm driving long distances. But yeah. Yeah, because you're always like, even when you're making, yeah, you're constantly looking at the mirrors and everything. And I find every so often, if I'm doing any kind of long-term driving, if I'm driving for like 8 hours, I'm going to have to stop 3 or 4 times, right? Your eyes wander in the middle with the other action. Yeah. I'd actually thought about, here's a question. How, and I'm going to ask you this, Slider, but I'm going to ask this of everybody else in chat. How do you feel, because I use the Tobii Eye Tracker 5, I can put the Tobii Ghost on the screen so you guys can actually see what I'm looking at on screen. That's why drunks go head on. I mean, that's true. Then you can actually see, like, effectively track what I'm looking at on the screen. And I've considered using that. Because, again, it is a feature that is built into the hardware that I currently have available to me to use, right? Bypass. All right, that's all I needed. Thank you. And I know that sometimes it's used, I know for, specifically for team training, like in esports games, that the Tobii is actually used, and they use the Ghost for tracking, for metrics for like time on target, things like that, right? In first person shooters and MOBAs, all sorts of things, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it tracks focus, exactly, right? But the thing is though, is if you see it on your screen, you can also then use it to train focus better too. Eye lazy, yes. Yeah, track focus, tiredness, eye lazy, age. Look. And so it was something I was toying with the idea last night, and I've seen people who do racing. Yo, mama looks so slow. Like people who do, like there are some people out there who do sim racing, like iRacing and stuff like that, that use it so you can sort of see where they're looking on the screen, right? And I was thinking about that last night. I was like, you know, that's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, you can absolutely, you can 100% measure fatigue. But it also, you guys would actually be able to tell when I'm looking off at the side screen with chat, right? So you'd be able to, or I'm looking at the camera, right? So the thing would go all the way up, so you can tell I'm like off target glance and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, right? Now, I mean, generally, because it's head tracking and eye tracking, you guys kind of get a general idea, general gist of where I'm looking and what have you, just because of the way the camera moves around in response to my head turning from, you know, different positions and everything, right? That was some shit frame rate back there. Oof. Bad overall, though. Okay, I know it's 70 in here. We're doing 85, so we're definitely speeding. I haven't seen any cops. I wouldn't do this IRL, but video game is different. Video game is freedom. True freedom. Number one, I don't want to hurt anybody. Number two, I don't like the idea of prison, so it's one of those, I I fuck around in my video games so I don't fuck around IRL. Best way to put it. By the way, if you came into this channel, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you're expecting this to be family friendly, I do not apologize. I have a terrible mouth on me. I tried to be family friendly. I tried to keep PG. I tried it years ago for the sake of my own children. I realized that was me being disingenuous, not only with myself, but also the entire community. What fuck was that over there? Looked like a UFO. It looked like a goddamn UFO, chat. All right, we're gonna leave it at nice miles per hour. And if you don't know what nice miles per hour is, listen, I weep for humanity. Best I can say. I weep for humanity, okay? Okay, you know what? Hold on. Let me, we're gonna try something here, okay? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm totally freaking doing this, by the way. Absolutely. We're doing this now. I'm like, nah, fuck it. We're gonna install the ghost. We're gonna install the ghost, chat. All right, well, let's do that. Okay. Hi, Quantum Twitch, how are you? We're just installing Ghost. Because I figure, what the hell? I'm just going to add a little extra obnoxiousness for everyone watching. Oh, why not? Activate. Set as overlay 1. Done. I have read the EULA. Yes, thank you. Accept. I don't need the desktop. I don't need that, but okay. No. I don't need the... Maybe? I don't know. I can't. Okay. Well, shit. God damn it. Accept. Authorize. Yeah, already done. Yep. I can't do that. Well, I had spectacular shitty pain day, but at least I figured out a shitload of design decisions for my game, so I now just... Okay, so are you still having problems with your shoulder? All right, hold on. I need to check something really quick here. Reconfigure. Turn on and personalize your, okay, customize, yeah, overlay shape speed. Okay, sync ghost latency with Twitch. Next, next. All right, hold on. Yep. Okay, extension, okay. I don't know. Can you guys see that? Are you guys seeing any of this? Oh, yeah, there you go. You should see it now. Happy streaming. Okay, there we go. Shit. Okay, so yeah, the shoulder is itty bitty baby pain in comparison to my body. Decided it needed to F me over in new and exciting ways. So at least that was something good today. Barely registered. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's good though, Quantum. Speaking as somebody who deals with a lot of pain on the regular. Okay, so the issue is now. Okay, let me know, by the way, if you guys can see anything on screen. Like, the problem is now is I don't see anything on my... Oh, I know why. Hold on. I know why. 1 second. One moment. I know why. Okay, hold this. Experience, thank you. Okay, game. No, not that. Just, okay. Preview my gaze. There it is. Okay. Got it. What? Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? I have to have that open the entire time? Bro, what the fuck? Come on, man. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. In order for that to function, so I can see it on. No, that's not what I wanted. Dumbass. Oh, come on. Are you... That is some bullshit. Listen, you guys on Twitch might be able to see this, but nobody else can see it. This is kind of bullshit. I want it to be able to overlay on top of the game. Hey, hold on. Just wait for it. These are your eyes. I'm happy about having to come to a lot of cool ideas for how to implement the building system in the first-person city builder. How the different choices the player makes affects the points at which the player sees it in a very visual way. That's actually really cool. All right, we're recalibrating everything. Don't mind me. I know this is not thrilling for anyone. I get it, but you know. Thank you for calibration being successful. So the problem that I have, by the way, review gaze on, okay. But as soon as that bothers me a lot. All right, well, let's see if we go into Game Hub. Yes, Triggered Dad is kind of triggered. My games. Okay, let's do games, right? Okay. We're just gonna leave that off, okay? Well, I know it has native support. The problem I want is I want the ghost to sit over top of that as an overlay so that I can see this while I'm playing the game and just not have Twitch. I don't want Twitch to be the only ones that can see this shit. Things squiggling across the screen can be just the thing sometimes. Sometimes, yeah, that's true. That's valid. Okay, hold on. Let's check something. Okay. Just check. Go. Nope. Controls. Okay. All the way down. Big. Really? Extended whoa, wait a minute. What, extended preset? Thing is visible on Twitch, not YouTube, can't confirm. See, that bothers me. I want YouTube to see the same thing too, but you guys can see it on Twitch, so I'll have to watch that after. All right, hold on. All right, now you guys will be able to see what the hell I'm seeing, which might be disturbing for all of you, but you know. It's gonna have to accept what is now, chat. All right. Now you're gonna see. Now you're gonna see. So if you see the weird little squiggly bubble on Twitch, sorry YouTube, I don't know why. I'm sorry. Okay, that's all I can say. I'm sorry YouTube. You guys don't get to partake. Now you guys get to see what happens. You guys get to see where my eyes are what my eyes are following at all times. It's gonna be fucking glorious. You know that, right? Daily deals, huh? Oh, look, pretty clouds. Look at the clouds, Chad. Look at the pretty clouds. You guys can tell exactly what I'm talking about, too. That's not going to be disturbing at all. Clark Park? Wait, what? St. Regis. No, we're not heading off that way. Old exit 33, chat. Wait, hold on. There is something. I think I want to do that. Oh God, that was terrible. That's actually not that bad. All right. All right. Enough messing around with that. Change back to the good old W900. Yeah, I'm doing the this is the T680 Next Gen. I don't know. I'm going to have to watch the playback for the last little bit here to see how this Tobii tracker works. I think it would be interesting. I need to investigate how to get it to work so I want to see it on my screen in front of me without having to watch some recorded playback, if you know what I mean. I don't mind it being on the screen, but I know my sister dislikes. Oh, sister dislikes it? I'm not sorry about that. It's an experiment. And I'm the guinea pig. If you don't like it, please let it be known in the Discord server, in the stream suggestions channel. But also give a cogent reason, not just like I don't like it. Explain what it is that bothers you about something if something gets changed. Like, be willing to explain what it is about the change that you don't like. Don't just say, well, I don't like it. Explain to me why. Because just saying I don't like it is not a good enough reason for me to either to remove a new feature that I've added in. And I have the hardware. Just saying I don't like it is not good enough in my book. Well, and that's the thing. As a father, as I have told my children, and you guys are familiar because my kids pop in here on a fairly regular basis, saying you don't like it is not a good enough reason. Clarification, information, explain specifically why you don't like something. Don't just say I don't like it. That's not a good enough reason for me. Never has been. I grew up in a household where saying I don't like something was not good enough reason to stop the practice of something. You had to explain, like, if there was a specific type of food that somebody didn't like, you had to explain why you didn't like that food. You couldn't just say, I don't like this. No. Explain why you don't like a specific type of food. Okay, that's fair. I'm doing 75 and a 50. I get it. I might be going a little fucking fast. Whatever. No, listen,
Sammy,
the wheels are on this thing,
listen to my
T-Vale.
call, Sammy, please. I beg you.
Relax, the wheels are still on it. It's okay. Don't worry, we got this. Beautiful thing is, I've been speeding. Right? Oh, whoa. What do you mean yet? What? Come on now. How often do I roll a truck? It's not like we're playing Dirt Rally here. This isn't WRC, okay? Relax. There's none of this. He hasn't rolled it yet. Oh, no. Come on now. When was the last time you saw me roll a truck? It's been a while. T-Vale, you're supposed to be on my side. The fuck? Come on now. What? Now y'all just jumping on board and like bandwagon and shit. Come on. I am not a terrible driver. At least I don't think I am. I think I'm a pretty good goddamn driver in this. And look, got Wally. Look at Wally. Wally. By the way, no, I am not a robot. No, no, no. Don't you dare thank T-Vale for agreeing with you. Come on now. Howdy, you're supposed to be on my side too. What the fuck? Traitors. You seditious bastards. As I'm like staring at the clouds. Right? Tulit. Yeah, tough fucking crowd today. Absolutely, dude. How are you doing, Tulit? I hope you're well. We're speeding a little. I'm about to kick you in your routine, T-Vale.
Punk ass Decepticon.
Thank you for noticing. Just been chilling on the side, hanging out. It's all good. It's all good. That's kind of the beauty of Twitch. That's also the beauty of YouTube, right? You can be here. You can just hang out. You can interact if you choose. You don't want to. You don't have to, right? Like it's forced. What? Again with this horse shit? M-Dot, like freaking Dot didn't already like jump on my ass earlier? Yeah, lurkers are important to the ecosystem of Twitch, absolutely. I just realized something about the Smithco trailer. It has a very odd shadow attached to it. I'm really not sure how I feel about this. Oh, Jesus, bro. The hell was that crap? Damn. Okay, so speed limit in here is 60. I have my, I might have my cruise control set to 69. You know, we're trying to speed things up just a little bit. I usually chat just working on some things, but always.
Really
I mean, I appreciate that, Tulit. I really do. Thank you.
What number are we thinking
That's
of?
right.
69,
We're set to nice speeds. 5 p.m. already? Holy crap. God damn. That's unexpected. Ooh, we're getting a little, okay. They're definitely getting a little low on the go juice. Might have to stop for, okay, let's have a look on the map here and see what we've got. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. Okay, we're stopping for fuel, folks. Not funny. I mean, the thing is, though, is it's true. Time always flies when you're enjoying yourself, when you're having fun. There is truth in those words. Every time, listen, I've learned through experience to always stop and fuel when you get the chance. I think that fuel station is close. The emergency fueling option isn't cheap. Yeah, I know it's not cheap, but we've also got $320 million. So, I mean, level 227 and 320 mil. Yeah, right? 400. Yeah, Dino Juice. You coming in here and stepping on my nuts about Dino Juice? Really? Don't you dare. Stop stepping on my balls about Dino Juice, sir. No. I have bigger money problems in Euro Truck because I had to start fresh. I don't have that problem here in American Truck at all. It's not a problem in American Truck. I hope. How many? Okay, quick question. Show of hands, show of ones. I know of one person in this community that said that they are picking up Missouri on Thursday, April 3rd, when it releases, when the DLC releases for American Truck. How many other people, show of ones in chat, are going to be picking up the Missouri DLC on Thursday? All right, so got the 4, 5. All right, five bodies so far. Oh, you happen to be off. Well, that's just goddamn convenient, isn't it, T-Vale? That is just ridiculously convenient for you. How very, very nice. So that is 5 human beings total. I'm probably sure it's closer to like 6, 7, 8, 9, or, you know, upwards of 10 plus. Maybe 50, maybe 100. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, they're not all in the chat, so, you know, I've got to. I'm not going to guess ultra high numbers, okay? Come on now. All right, we had to make this stop. It's because we need the dino juice. Dad needs dinosaur juice in his vehicle. I'm supposed to be coming in from the opposite direction, but I don't care. Fill up my tanks. Fill me up, baby. Fill me up. Oh, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? That's right, take my money, all right. I just realized something running. No, actually, I don't think that's actually the ghost running in the background making all of that. Oh, maybe. I'm gonna figure that out soon. I want to be able to see it on my own goddamn screen. You know what I mean? You guys can see it on Twitch, but I can't see it, and I want to see it for myself too. I want to see where I'm staring, where my focus is. I don't want to have to watch my VOD back on Twitch to be able to see where my focus is. The T680, one of the first 2 trucks in ATS when it released, the other being the Peterbilt 579. Well, this is the T680 next gen. This is the next gen. But it is definitely the T680. Abso-freaking-lutely. And it's a truck I rarely drive. Now, was it the 579 or was it the 379 when American Truck first released? Because I don't recall seeing a 579. I remember seeing a 379. 579, really? Yeah, that's right. You slow down back there, sir. I saw you sneaking up, mister. Douchebag. 389 came months, if not a year late. Really? Huh, interesting. And the difference between a P379 and a P389 is just trim package. They look almost identical. Same with the W900. All right, there we go. We're back up to nice speeds. Well, they kind of do to me. Yeah, no, the 379 and 389 do, yeah. But what I'm saying is I think the difference between those two specific Peterbilt models with the 379 and the 389 is its trim package. Yeah, the 579 is an aero design truck, yeah. It's not a great big huge brick. Jesus, that's bright. Turn the sun off. It's too bright. It hurts my eyes. Oh, no. The 579 doesn't look like a 379 or 389 at all. No. Okay, so the hope here is that I'm going to be able to make up a little bit of time. Been driving the wheels off of 389? Really? Well, I mean, you guys know I've kind of been flopping. Like, my go-to is always the Mac Anthem. Recently, I've been spending a little bit of time on the road with the 389. And then last night I was like, you know what? I'm going to switch it up for like, because I was driving around last night doing a couple, like just some short runs. And I decided last night that I was going to hop into the T68, the T680 next gen. Because I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Now, the difference you notice though is I don't have the hokey camera. Because I'll be honest, I think it's obnoxious that you've got the camera and the mirror. It's like, pick one. If you're going to do the cameras, just put the camera spuds out and just give me the camera with the screens on the pillars, or give me mirror. Right. If you're going to give me the option to choose just the camera, not the camera with the mirrors, because those fucking mirrors are obnoxious. Like, absolute worst ever. All right, back to 69, baby. No sleepy trucks. 35K miles on it. I mean, 35,000 miles is no joke. That's a lot of miles. I see you sneaking up behind me, you little bastard. Oh my goodness. All right. We got 2 hours and 47 minutes in game. Get to Seattle, Washington. We've made good time so far. We're actually ahead of schedule on this one. Way ahead of schedule. A lot of that just comes down to speeding. 100% can confirm speeding is involved. Okay, not where we want to be, but we're getting slowed down here. We're going to get over into the other lane. Not really sure what's got us slowing down up here other than maybe this truck. This truck didn't get up to highway speed before it got pulled out, I'm guessing. Oh, we're pulling into town though too, so I'm probably gonna have to maybe. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe not. No, I think we'll be all right. That's the off ramp for Ellenberg. So, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome on in. I'm your host Scott, the C Arcade. Happy Tuesday. You're now officially 2 days away. Well, a day and a bit, really, from the release of the Missouri DLC for American Truck Simulator. So this is Missouri Waiting Room. Like I've been reiterating, I cannot guarantee that I'm going to be getting the DLC on Thursday at release, because I have to make sure I take care of my adult responsibility stuff first. The financial stuff has to be taken care of first, like paying bills and everything, right? So if it turns out that after everything is said and done, I can pick it up, I'll pick it up on launch. If not, I'll wait. It's not a big deal. Got to get my truck back to my HQ. I'm not even worried about that. I mean, I've already got everything up to date to 1.54, so I mean, as you guys can already see, game's running real well. Wait, what? Look. What the? Whoa! What was that? What the hell was that? Somebody want to clip that? Because I don't recall hitting anything. What the fudge? Harry Quokka? I mean, it was a something. I don't know if it was a Harry Quokka, but you know. My roommate is on his own for dinner tonight. I should have mentioned that to him. You always say it's not a quokka. One time it's gonna be right. What the hell? Okay, whoa. What is a quokka? What the fuck are we talking about? What the hell is a quokka? What's a hairy quokka? What is a quokka? Oh, good. Chat, do I actually want to? Thanks, Audi. I don't know if I actually want to Google that now. I like that. Oh, Google it. I got better things to do than Rickroll you. Like detangle this. You ain't got that URL though. Expensive, clumsy, bunny DB style. Joshua, it's been going. We're just about to wrap things up. We're 56 minutes out in game from dropping off in Seattle, Washington. We switched the truck out at the start for the Kenworth P680 Next Gen. Just wanted to go with something a little bit newer. It's a marsupial, a small one. Uh-huh, I'm sure. Hope you've had a good day, Joshua. All right. I don't like being wrong. Oh, well, no, I mean, about the size of a house cat. So why would I? Oh, okay, that fair. That is fair. You're correct on that. You really don't like being wrong. This bozo with the freaking prefab concrete panels in front of me. Be the death of me, aren't you? What the fuck is going on over there? What is happening over there? It looks like Is that a firefight? Lasers? Is that a DARPA project? What is that, HARP? I don't know, man. There's some weird shit going on over there. I don't know what it is. Oh, I know what it is. It's reflections on the water. Well, Missouri in American Truck isn't available until Thursday. I think it said Kuwoka? The language we don't speak. Let me guess. Australian or New Zealand? Kuwoka? Yeah, Joshua. Well, Missouri shows up on the map, but there's actually nothing. You can't drive into Missouri yet. Not until Thursday. Aussie? There you go. Yeah. Probably Aboriginal then. It'll be Aborigine. Or it's just Australian. Kuwoka. Kuwoka. Oi, did a dingo eat your baby? Because some people have early access to it. Some people, Joshua, so I'm not on the creators list that got early access, so this is just a waiting room. I do not have early access. Some people, SCS Software, like many other game developers, will give some people early access. I am not one of those creators. And that's fine. I used to be. I used to get stuff from when DLCs were coming out for Euro Truck Simulator 2 and American Truck Simulator. We were actually talking about this yesterday. Pre-pandemic, I used to get keys, multiple keys. I would get a key for myself for early access, then I would get a couple of keys for copies to do giveaways. Now, I haven't had that since the pandemic. I don't know why. Just for whatever reason, communication between myself and SCS Software broke down. It is what it is, right? I'm not butthurt by it. I work with other game devs. I work with Ubisoft. You know, I get stuff offered to me through another organization called Dead Good Media all the time, right? But I'm also not one to go begging for a game key from a game developer either to get early access. If I get it, I get it. That's awesome. That's great. It allows me to create some, content before others get a chance to. But if I don't, you know what? Like, well, and yeah, no, exactly. Desperation does have a price tag, right? So if I go into my map here, right? As you can see, we've got Missouri, like, but I don't have anything unlocked, right? But that's because, again, until I have to wait until Thursday. I don't have early access. And that's fine. Right? Not a big deal. It is what it is. Can be smelled. No, yeah, no. Desperation can be smelled a world away. Absolutely. Yes. It's why I get real cringy with the bots that come in here. Bots. Or the Discord bots asking, oh, you want some graphics work done? But no. Yeah, no. I don't. Listen, digital pain. I mean, technically, I'm a digital panhandler. I'm a grifter. Well, not grifter. Busker. I'm an internet busker. But I mean, when it comes to like anything like digital assets for like emotes and stuff like that, if I really wanted them, number one, I could probably I could do the work. Number two, I know that there are a lot of talented community members that in this community that if I asked, could probably do that stuff for me as well. Three, my partner, She is a professional graphics designer. She works for a pharmaceutical company doing their marketing. Like, if I wanted anybody really, truly to do anything for me, I could ask her to do it. To some degree, with regards to stuff like emotes on Twitch or even for YouTube, or like digital assets for like overlay stuff, I'll be honest, some of it is just, I'm not that interested in getting it. Right? Not all graphic artists can cross the gaming fund to corporate designs. No, that's true. I agree. She is actually one of those few individuals that can do both. But she is a traditionally trained artist too, right? So I think that's part of that's a key difference though. Is she is a traditionally trained artist who just happened to get into doing graphics design at a corporate level, right? So yeah, in a lot of ways, I lucked out. I'm blessed in that fashion, right? In that factor. Very blessed. God, this makes me nervous. Holy God damn, this is tight. It's tight down here. Sheesh. You Teeny Jawa Java? Yeah. Remember, I have that shirt. That's the only piece of my merch I own. I own that. I own the Utini Jawa Java shirt. No, I didn't wear it for sexy time. Weirdo. Oh, weird ass question to ask. Which, why y'all gotta be weird like that? Why y'all gotta be weird like that, Twitch? I gotta do dad dirty like that. Yeah, that's not bad. Hey, that's clean. Nice. Porky Piglet? No. Listen, just because the traditional Looney Tunes Porky Pig can walk around with a jacket, a bow tie, and no goddamn pants doesn't mean that I can do that too. It's not how this works. That's just weird on a level that I'm not comfortable. Okay? Yes, toy. Let's toy like a toyga. You went on TV before 1970. They made you. This is why we can't have nice things, chat, because the conversations that we have here, right? Yeah, too late, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. Because of the conversation. This is why, after almost 9 years, Dad's still not partnered on Twitch. Because you fucking degens. You bunch of degenerates. Well, come on, that's a censorship joke. I know it's censorship. I know it's a censorship joke. That's the problem. But my free speech. I'm promoting nobody part. I mean, that's true. There's no package. All right, I need to go. It'll just come down to really friction. We're talking. Hold on. That. Okay, hold on. I gotta. All right, there's that. Okay. I don't care about the updates on my device. Screw off. I'm not using AI bullshit. Anyway, yeah. You talking about people having like me? No, I'm talking about people in general. Just people in general, Joshua. Oh, I mean, listen, we're all asking. Anyway, Chad, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta go and help somebody hang some stuff on a wall. Because the stuff was hung up over the weekend and it came down, so we have to reattach it to the wall differently. Not my fault. I just followed the instructions as were provided. It didn't work. I had alternate solutions and I was going to do those, but I was told, no, it's fine. So I was like, okay. As of last night, I was informed the things did not stay attached to the wall. Therefore, they need to be reattached. We're going to use your method. I'm like, thank you. My method? Fucking stapling the goddamn things to the wall. Because the 3M pads did not work. The 3M frickin' sticky pads did not work for this shit. Great for a piece of paper, suck for tapestry. So tapestry get proper. Anyways, I gotta go do that. Chat, I love you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. YouTube, as always, thank you so much for the likes. Thank you for the subscribes. Thank you for just putting in the time and hanging out here. I do really, truly appreciate it. Twitch, thank you so much, as always, for your follows. Thank you for the sub, free subs, and gifted subs. Thank you for the bits. And as always, thanks for sliding, Dad, the big old tippity tip.
Oh my.
We're going to get out of here. YouTube, we can't raid. I wish we could. That'd be great. Twitch, we are going to go raiding. So hold on. I'm going to find you a raid target. So just stick with me for a minute here while I get out of the game. And it takes its sweet ass time. Okay, let me turn that off. Chat. Thank you. I love you. You guys are incredible. Twitch, YouTube.